say thank you to the city, to this workshop, for 21 April 2026. Council workshop meetings are for information gathering and discussion purposes. City council will not vote on any issues at the workshop meetings. The council reserves the right to discuss additional items or delete items from the tentative agenda. I think agenda have about 3 items on it today. I do not foresee anything else being added, but before we go any further, would you mind, sir?
I don't mind.
Giving us a
Okay.
prayer.
Lord, thank you for this beautiful day and all of our blessings. We pray you just bless our time and you give us wisdom and lead and guide and direct this conversation. Bless our guest consultant as well and give her wisdom, and we welcome you in everything, and thank you for this beautiful community. We ask for your continued blessing in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, thank you. And welcome, ma'am. I appreciate you taking time out to come out and maybe teach us a little something here and communicating. Yes, sir.
Mayor, sorry, normally I would never have my phone out. I am waiting for a text message regarding work that I have to take when
Okay.
it comes through, so I apologize to my colleagues and to the presenter in advance, but it's gonna happen within the next 1 to 2 hours, and so I just need to take it, deal with it real quick, and come back. So I apologize in advance, just wanted to let everyone know.
Oh, well,
We're gonna ask you to take your phones out anyway.
Oh, well, okay.
Thank you. I was actually going to request that you guys take your phones out.
All right.
okay.
Well, I'll use my
What's in
city
your
phone.
favor
I'll use my
today?
city phone for that.
All right, but with that being said, I'm gonna turn it over, Mr. Van Wagner. You have it.
Thank you, sir. Well, I'm going to turn it over to our guest today. This is Doris. We had a wonderful conversation with her. I believe she is educated and can have this conversation and be a blessing to us and help us. So we really appreciate her, and thank you for coming. So I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you guys for the opportunity to be here and to serve right in my community. I have the opportunity to travel the country and present in workshops and do discussions and facilitate, but being able to do it at home always feels a little bit special. So thank you guys for that opportunity. So today we're going to talk about really professional disagreement, right? People say civility training. Sometimes people like to think of it as I'm acting fake or being phony or playing nice, and that's what we're not going to do today. We're not going to just play nice. We're going to talk about how do we be real and also be productive at the same time. So we're going to jump right in. 90 minutes is really a short time for this type of training, but I've tried to really highlight or bring in the most important elements of that I feel like are important to the discussion and relevant to our community so that we can get the most out of our 90 minutes. So as Dan stated, I will be asking for you guys to utilize your cell phones. During portions of my presentation, I really want to make sure that this was a safe place. And it's hard for it to be a safe place when it's open to public, when it's being live streamed, when you have to think about what people may, public perception at the same time that you're learning. Typically in learning environments, you have to have that ability to challenge, to make a mistake, to ask something you don't understand without feeling judged. And I recognize that that's a little difficult for you guys to do in the positions that you are in. So I have created a live polling that allows you to give me a little feedback anonymously. So it does not track. I don't know what your answer is. I just refresh the screen and it lets me know the sentiments or the answers in the room without revealing who particularly said it. And I think that's effective for this type of conversation. Is that okay with everyone having that opportunity to be able to vote and give information through the cell phone? Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, so not gonna spend a lot of time here. You guys have a copy of the PowerPoint to follow along as well. And then we're really gonna spend most of our time in the workbook. But I think the PowerPoint is helpful, especially if you can't see the words or anything. I just have a little bit about me up there. Not gonna read a full resume, but just what I feel like is relevant is I try not to look like I've been doing anything for over 20 years, but I have. I've spent the last 20 years leading teams. So I've had a team as small as 5, and my largest team was 10,000 across 5 states, 97 locations. And so most of my career I've spent building teams how to make them effective. I've been responsible for tens of millions of dollars in territory and profit and running that P&L. And so how do I adapt my communication style for the hourly employee up to the district level, up to the regional level, and have everyone pushing towards the same goal? I spent my career in corporate. I've worked for brands like DHL, Cracker Barrel, Toys R Us, Babies R Us, which is funny. They have the meme that anybody could say they work for Toys R Us. You can't really verify it, but I actually did work there.
But can we verify it?
I have shirt and pictures, so I can verify that I was actually there. And so that's a little bit about my background. I am an ICF accredited executive coach, and ICF is a global organization that focuses on ethics in coaching. So like everybody can go online and say, I'm a coach. Well, with ICF, you have to have the education, a certain amount of hours. You have to have a certain level of work experience. You have to take a 3-hour exam, and you have to pledge an oath of ethics in order to call yourself an ICF coach. And it's not cheap. So I volunteered for that type of experience just so I'm a responsible leader in the community and the corporate spaces that I'm allowed to service. So just want to put that out there, that that's a little bit about me as a professional. And I am a Clermont resident. I am here. I've raised my 4 children here. I've had one go through East Ridge, Windy Hill, and Lost Lake Elementary. I have one graduate college, one graduate East Ridge, and now one in middle and elementary school. So I have a vested interest in this community as I'm raising my family here. All right, so that's a little bit about me. Probably take 90 minutes if we all introduced ourselves, but I felt like it was important for me to at least tell you who I was. Any questions, comments, anything so far? All right, let's move on. All right, so what are our goals today? And if you want, you can open up to the first page in the book. You'll see pages 2 and 3. And it talks about how we're going to leverage this workbook. I'm sorry, I should have said workbook. Because you guys have a couple books in front of you. And then I'll tell you a little bit about radical respect in a second. So let's open up and really let's talk about what our goals and objectives are. And if you have a pen handy, there's a couple things that I want you to jot down. You will not share your workbook with anyone, so there won't be a quiz or anything about it, or no one will see what you write in your book. However, I may ask you for your feedback. I would love for this to be conversational. As we work together, it makes the time go faster. And really having your feedback and hearing the feedback of others across the room is really important to helping to move our agenda forward. So our goals, simple. We're going to strengthen communication. We're going to distinguish between civility and agreement, because what I've found in practice is sometimes people think there's the same thing. When they say civility training, they think about, oh, somebody's just here to make us get along or to agree with each other. And that's not what it's about. It's about how to disagree in a professional manner. We'll talk about how do we build collaboration and turn our differences into better policy and services. And then we're going to talk about how do we model professionalism. How do we model professionalism, and how do we really remain authentic in our communication? We're honest in what we're doing, but we are respectful in how we're delivering it. All right, and so we'll go through these 4 stages in 90 minutes. So this is going to be a quick 90 minutes, right? We're going to talk about the foundation of respect and honesty. So we'll go back and define those terms. We all have our inherent belief on what they mean, but we will get a shared understanding of how we're going to leverage the words respect and honesty in this environment. And then we're going to move into a framework. So I'm going to teach you a really easy 4-step framework of how to structure your conversation when you're triggered. It's easy sometimes to convey information when nothing is happening, but when you're offended, when you're angry, when you feel alone, when you feel betrayed, when you have these other emotions going on, our emotions sometimes take over, and then we kind of lose sight of how to communicate in a certain way. So we'll talk about a quick framework of this is how the best way to kind of structure that communication. Still being honest, still giving the feedback, but structuring it where your communication is now productive. All right, we'll have a chance to practice. So I'm going to give you a scenario, and we're going to build out that communication, and we'll practice it. And then we'll talk at the end about commitment. So what of this workshop will we take forward or will we implement? Any questions about our learning journey? Okay, you guys are quiet. All right. So we're gonna jump into the first poll. Let's test it out. So if you guys have your cell phones, there's a QR code there. And this is just a quick question. What'll happen is once you scan the QR code, you'll see the same question appear on your phone. You'll be able to answer that question and submit it. And really, our first question is, how would you describe the current level of collaboration in council discussions? Do you feel like it's very, very strong collaboration? Is it just strong? Is it a mixed bag? Or do you feel like it needs improvement? I'll give you a couple seconds to hit submit, and then I'll refresh the screen, and then we'll have live results come up. All right, so I appreciate, we have a lot of active participation. This first question, I saw others scan, so it's really designated for the council members to go ahead and give us that information. But this is good. The first question would allow us perception of everyone that's in the room. Thank you for reminding me of that. I didn't think everybody else would. All right, let's see. Looks like it may make me come out. All right, let's bring it out. I hope it doesn't make me do that for every one of them. All right, so we have our responses available. And so, okay, so we had a total of 6 responses, so maybe people looked at it, but 6 people replied, and the answers were 50% mixed, 50% needs improvement. Is there anyone that would like to open up a discussion about why you may have voted that way or why you believe the results are that way?
Well, I think mixed and needs improvement kind of is the same, you know what I mean?
Okay.
If you're mixed, then it needs improvement. So it could be answered either way. They're probably the same answer.
Okay. Thank you for sharing. Anyone else? All right.
Yeah, we're gonna do that extra
Oh.
one in there.
Somebody check.
All right. And they agree that it needs improvement. Okay. All right, so next one. This is another polling question. And I may have to come out to refresh it. How often do tensions escalate during your council meetings? What is your perception? How often does it happen? Is this never? Is it rarely? Sometimes? Often? Or would you say very often? And forgive me if I have to go back out and back in just to refresh.
Okay, I'm having trouble here.
We gotta make sure we get your vote, Mayor.
Well, I'm having trouble getting to the next question.
You're still thinking? Oh, it's going up. Okay. I'm giving you a second before I refresh.
Oh, thank you.
Since for some reason it's making me come out in order to do the refresh part. we have 4 responses in so far, so there's still time. And what we're seeing is often and very often. So no one's saying that it never happens. Anybody want to provide feedback on tensions and escalations in council meetings? Any context we want to add?
I think that there's going to be tension under a certain shape that we're in, where we don't have agreed upon direction.
I like that. So do you guys think it's normal for there to be tensions in the meeting, in the council meetings?
Yes, that
Do you think it's common, kind of going along with your question, is it commonplace for there to be some level of tension in the type of work that you're doing? In terms of people are disagreeing, there's a difference of opinion, you're thinking from a global perspective, in terms of thinking more macro level, do you think that it's commonplace that tension would be in this type of environment?
I think to a degree, a small amount of tension, but I feel ours is higher than just a small amount.
That it, I think that politics in 2026 have high tension, but I don't think that that is appropriate.
Okay, so 80% says often. So a little bit of what studies are showing right now is that tensions have escalated over the last 5 to 10 years in not only political environment, but in corporate spaces, in team spaces, just collectively. As we are, we're more outspoken, we have the courage to state a difference of opinion. And the courage is growing without the education and debate. And so not necessarily educated in how do I professionally disagree, however, feeling more emboldened or courageous in saying, I feel this way, or this is my opinion, and I'm very comfortable stating in the room. And so what we're finding, especially again in the corporate space, is that tension is becoming an element in group discussions, period, in most settings. What's the threshold for too much? I think is yet to be clearly identified, but there's a certain level of performance tension that is involved just in the meeting, communicating, planning, visionary, strategic space. And a little bit of that is to be expected, but when you say that it's often, I think that's when we have to take a step back and evaluate, what are we doing? Why is it so often? And why has it maybe exceeded what normal performance tension would look like?
Can I contribute here? Would you rather not?
No, go ahead, please.
I read a book once that talked about what's worth fighting over, and it spoke about the truth being something that's worth fighting over, and opinions not. And I think to your point about, because opinion's just an opinion, it's how I feel. How I feel is how I feel. It's not right or wrong, it's just how I feel. So there's no point in fighting over it because the person feels the way they feel. But when it comes to the truth, the capital T truth, the universal truth, that which is grounded in reality, that which is real in particular, that's worth fighting over. And I think that the modern world with social media emboldens people to think that their opinion is important. And it is to them, but that's not our role here.
Another way I've heard it is principle versus perspective. And sometimes we get very attached to our perspective, and we argue perspective versus arguing principles, or we make our perspective a principle.
I think that there's work that we do that is truth, but a good chunk of the work we do is opinion. And what I mean by that is truth may be, we have $5,000. Everyone can say, that's what the bank statement says, we sent the finance director in, he counted the bills, there's $5,000, that is truth. But how to spend that $5,000, there is no truth to that, it's everybody's opinion of what they think how that 5,000 should be spent. So I hear what Councilmember Strange is saying, but I think a lot of the decisions we're making is not capital T truth. It's based off perspective, opinion, feedback, experience, and what we think is either right or the best decision in the moment.
But that's where I think council members in general, not just here, but I think in politics, fail the people is when they fail to establish what is, because I think you're speaking to what is real versus the reality that we all agree upon. So I think it's our job as council members to agree upon what is the reality of living in Clermont. And that's where disagreement's gonna come in, because we're going to bring a different perspective, we're going to bring different backgrounds, but we tend to steer, and my observation of this particular council, and I think, and I see it everywhere, I don't even wanna say just about us, because I see it all over. We don't have an agreement as leaders on what principles we will govern by. And in failing to have an agreement on what the principles are, what it means is every decision becomes an opinion, instead of every decision being weighed against the principles.
I
So
like
if we
where
had
you're
an
going with
agreement on that, that would be our reality, and we could live within it and have far less conflict.
I love what you're going with that, because part of today is going to be about agreeing on the principles of respect and honesty as the foundation. Honest leadership in terms of what does it look like to authentically communicate our perspectives. So we're going to stay honest, because again, when we talk about civility, people think of it sometimes as playing nice. And this is really about respect and responsibility. How do I show up honestly in a respectful way? And so so I love that you went there, because that's really the foundation for today, is how do we create shared vision around what respect and honesty looks like? Let that be the foundation for how we interact with each other, and then leverage this framework when we're triggered to kind of keep us on the North Star in how we communicate. And that should help to move us forward. So I put this up. Again, civility is not agreement. And so if you go online and you were to Google what is professional disagreement, or what are the principles of how to agree professionally, you're gonna find these 4 principles. Just about everyone utilizes these 4 principles. What was really cool about is engage with professionalism, listen without interrupting, challenge ideas, not people, so that ability to separate the person from the perspective, and then staying focused on outcomes. What was really cool about this is I went through and I read the City of Clermont's Code of Conduct, and all of these are listed in there already. So that was a great thing, that not sure who's responsible for doing the Code of Conduct, but kudos. It does include the 4 principles of professional disagreement. So the knowledge is there. Now it's more about the application, because it came right in the Code of Conduct. It includes the industry standard for professional disagreement right there in the Code of Conduct. Now it's a matter of how do we effectively do that all the time. It talks about, again, the policy, how to phrase, but I found examples of it being listed right there in the Code of Conduct. So that was really helpful to know that we don't have to rewrite the script here. It already exists. Now we just need to learn. Now we just need to effectively apply the knowledge that's there. All right. So I'm going to ask a question, open for discussion. Why does disagreement matter? Why is it important to disagree?
Well, you think about, let's say you're driving down the road and you see a cliff there. It's important, and that person doesn't see the cliff. It's important then to like let them know what you see. Like, that's the discussion. That's the truth. We don't know. Truth can be variable. Truth isn't always there. It's like, is that the truth, or is that your perspective? Like you were saying, and that's what we're gonna, we get it to a fine point, and so. I think we challenge people when we hear something that goes against our grain, and then you'll say, I don't think that's correct. Or, but we have to do it in a civil manner, as opposed to, you're stupid to say that.
Definitely don't want to do that.
Right?
Well, this disagreement, to me, it matters because it gives me a different perspective on things. Okay, it opened my eyes to different things, because I'm not gonna always see things as the way somebody else see it. And I'm looking at it this way, and you can give me a disagreement, and of course, it make me think about other things, what you're saying. And is there time for me, well, maybe there's truth here, there's truth there, so now, where are we, you know? So I'm always looking for, I don't wanna, one of the things I've always said, I don't ever expect everybody to always agree with me. And I want some disagreement, so I can, it give me another perspective on things, so I look for that. Because to me, it's educating me. It's a way of educating me on the topic and what thing, because I don't know it all. I know that and everything, and somebody else can help open my eyes to other sides that I didn't think about, and help me, maybe even change my mind, you know, once I get that disagreement, if they convince me.
Well, I appreciate that, Mayor, because that's exactly where we're going with it.
Okay.
I'm two things: better ideas, stronger decisions.
Right.
So again, and I'm going to say this a lot. This isn't about just agreeing to agree.
Right.
Disagreement is important. It's important that you guys disagree. It's important that different perspectives are allowed into the room. Us as citizens of Clermont rely on you guys to bring in the different perspectives so that we're all represented in this space. And so disagreement matters. It is important. It gets us the better ideas. It gets us to stronger decisions. What we want to do is we want to make sure that we're managing the conflict that comes along with the disagreement. So if you look here, we talk about manage conflict, establish norms. It has time limits. It's the chair that's guiding, but it's clear decisions, it's structure, it's sustainable. Unmanaged conflict, this is where we have interruptions. This is where we have personal remarks, the crosstalk, and that's where there's an underlining thing that's happening there. I feel a lack of respect there, or I don't have a high level of respect for that individual, so I will talk over them, or I will disregard their opinion. And so that's when the conflict has now become unmanaged. And so we're gonna talk about how do we properly manage conflict, because we want disagreement. The goal is never to eradicate disagreement from this room. We rely on you guys to disagree and get to the best decision for the citizens. And when I say we and us, I'm talking about the city of, yeah, thank you. Because I feel like I'm here to represent the city as well, right? All right, so I want to ask this question. Has anyone had any formalized training in emotional intelligence? Everybody's been through a session, had some training in emotional intelligence? All right, so good.
Yeah.
So there's awareness there. So I appreciate that, because again, a lot of this and our ability to, and well, I'm not say ability, and how we respond when we're triggered is highly focused in our EQ, that self-management piece. So self-awareness is understanding your patterns and your triggers. I know I have a tendency to do this. I know that I tend to do those things. Self-management is when those patterns or triggers happen, how do you respond? Do you have the ability to respond in a way that's in your best interest? Or do your feelings take over and it doesn't really, your interest kind of goes out of your mind and you're more so of you're responding out of emotion. Emotional intelligence refers to relationship management. How do you build relationships? How do you establish a rapport? How do you collaborate with your colleagues is super, super important. It's all rooted, though, in your ability to understand and recognize yourself. And so so I just want to open it up because I want to hear a little bit about what stands out most to you guys in terms of emotional intelligence and where you are in self-awareness. So if you go to page 4 of your book, at the bottom, we're kind of going to do a self-awareness check. Again, nobody's going to check your answers. And I had the 4 principles of professional disagreement. And this is where I need that self-awareness, that EQ to really show up. And I want you to answer honestly. when you think about the way you engage with professionalism, meaning how you maintain your composure, your tone, your body language, even when you disagree with someone, so this is once you're triggered, where would you say you are on a scale of 1 to 5? And again, you can circle in your book, you don't have to say it out loud. And then you'll move on to number 2. From a self-awareness perspective, how great are you about listening without interrupting? Giving people the ability to finish their thoughts completely, even when it's a thought you don't agree with. Number 3, are you really good about challenging the idea and not the person? Do you critique the proposal or the data versus the person that's saying it? And then number 4, how great are you about staying focused on the outcomes, meaning keeping the public good and the council goals at the center of your focus and discussion and decision making? And so I want to open it up. Anybody want to share something that, hey, I feel I'm consistently strong at this, or hey, this is a principle that I can admit that I have room for opportunity?
Well, I'll open it up. Really myself, and none of these will I can rate myself a 5 in any of them, okay? Because I always look at myself, there's always room for improvement, okay? Now, when I'm here doing things, and because I've had some of this training before, yes, I always try to treat everybody with professionalism, but I do know it sometimes. I get a little aggravated in everything, and of course, I feel like I'm being attacked, so I tend to go off the rim and do the same thing, but I try to listen to what they're saying most of the time and try to attack their ideals rather than the person themselves. But I do know, sometimes I do attack a person, okay? I try to listen with a 4 again, listen without interrupting, and sometimes as the mayor, that's kind of hard, because it's my goal to keep the meeting moving and everything, and I have to interrupt, okay, at some points. And I think some people don't, at times I don't think some people realize this and everything, that I do interrupt, and, but one of the things I always try to do is sit and listen to everybody and what they have to say until they finish. But I do interrupt sometimes when I have to. And I think that's one of my, and I've even talked to my lawyer about things like that. But, and like I say, I always try to challenge the idea. And I think what aggravates me about being challenging ideas, I'm challenging the idea, not the person. But when I don't hear truth in some of the ideas that's coming across, that upset me, because I try to be honest and truthful about everything I say. If I have some bad information or doubt that I'm putting out there, that aggravates me. So if I don't hear truth coming out of what a person is saying, that get a little aggravating, and that's when I may go after a person a little bit more and everything, because I can't stand untruth, okay? And I always try to stay focused on things. It's not easy a lot of times, because you get so many conversations going on and some different things going, and I always want people to say what's on their mind and everything, and give, as they probably over things they just, and I'm constantly defying is the so-called 3-minute rule we got. See, I don't believe in that. We are council members. As I say to them, I don't mind how many minutes you take to get your point across, okay? Take that time. I don't want to put a limit on it, and that's kind of restricting a person, as far as I'm concerned. And that's what we're here for, because we can't talk outside of this dais. So how can I hear what you're saying if I got a 3-minute on you and you can't get your full point across? So things like that kind of bothers me. But I don't think I ever rate myself as a 5 in any of these, because I'm always looking for ways to improve. And that's one of the things I've always did in life, and then through my training and all this, I know I say to people sometimes ABCs when it come to communicating. You look at me, what do you mean ABC? Accuracy, brevity, and clarity. I like to be accurate, very accurate with my information. Get it across as quick as possible and as clear as you can and move on, okay? So them the things I try to focus on. Of course, that come from my training in the Air Force, because that's what I'm taught in the classes I was in the Air Force.
Well, no, I appreciate number one, and you kicking it off. Number two, just role modeling the courage to demonstrate or share some of those self-awareness or some of those triggers that you have. So it's a good thing to hear that you're aware of your triggers, right? So you know the things that would typically get you to respond in a certain way. And so I appreciate that you shared that openly. Anybody else have something that they want to share and say, hey, when I look at this self-assessment, I can say that this is kind of where I stand, or this is maybe where I stand and grow, or where I shine in these principles.
I could work on listening without interrupting. I gave myself a 5 in staying focused on the outcome.
Okay.
I think it's important that the people on this council know and that the public know that I ran not because I have any interest in being in public office. I would love to not be in public office. So for me, if I'm gonna spend the time to be away from my family and my profession, I want it to be for good work. The only thing I'm interested in is good work.
Well done. Okay, I appreciate that. Anybody else want to share? Again, this is an opportunity not only, I understand that there's like an audience, but really to share among each other that this is, hey, this is where I know that I can improve, or this is where I think I bring strength to our group. But it's an opportunity for you guys to understand each other a little bit better as it relates to what those triggers are. Or sometimes just hearing that someone's aware of a behavior, it's like, it's good to know that you see that you do that. You have something else, Mayor?
Well, another thing I use is what I call Q-tip, okay? And that actually stands for quit taking it personal. Even though when I'm getting, I mean.
I'm about to steal that one, Mayor. I had somebody taught me that one.
And one of the things about it, we are public figures, and people are gonna say things, and they're gonna come after you, and I get attacked all the time, but everything, one of the things I keep telling myself, quit taking it personal. You're gonna always have people disagreeing with you. I don't care what you do, somebody gonna disagree with you. And I don't take it personally, you're entitled to your opinion, and I always try to accept your opinion, whether I like it or not, and that's where, as I said before, where we can, okay, now we got a disagreement, let's come together and see if we can work out this disagreement without, killing one another, whatever. But that's one of the things I do throughout, since I've been elected a public official, is trying not to take it personal. And I started realizing that even before I became elected official, because when I used to sit in this council and watch people do things, it seemed like it was so much personal things going on all the time. Even now, there's personal feeling that's being displayed a lot. And even though I just say, hey, I'm not gonna take it personal. And I think that's one of the things elected officials need to always understand. Hey, people gonna spit their opinion out, but you can't take it personal. Okay, stay focused, as Ms. Strange said. You got to stay focused on what you're trying to accomplish. Okay, and not let the personal opinion get to you. And I know it's hard.
No, and I can only imagine how hard it is to be in your position and not take it personal. And I think really it's a discipline of how do we separate people from the problem and keep the focus on whatever the issue is. How do we separate people from the problem? And sometimes that's hard because we have other little things or communication things that creep in. And so we're going to talk a little bit about the type of threats or enemies to really professional disagreement or having radical respect. So we'll spend a little time talking about that, and then that's how this book kind of comes into conversation as well. Because it is a lot harder to take not take it personal, especially if you recognize that somebody's bias is showing, somebody's prejudice is showing, somebody is demonstrating a bullying behavior. It's kind of hard not to take those type of things personal. So we'll dive a little bit into that. But really, I think self-awareness is the root to everything. If we can recognize that, because a lot of disrespect is unintentional in terms of stress leaks into our tone. So maybe because I'm stressed out, I said it in a way or overemphasize the word and it came across as disrespectful. But most people don't get out of their bed to come in to disrespect anyone. I like to say it's leakage sometimes, like stress leaks into their tone, frustration maybe leaks into their word choice, assumptions may have leaked into their interpretation or understanding of the conversation, but not all, not discounting all, but a lot of disrespect sometimes is unintentional. If we give people grace, if we are assuming positive intent, that stress leaked in, frustration leaked in, but self-awareness, it starts with our ability to recognize the things that tend to trigger us. I tell people this story, and it's kind of funny, but I grew up in Miami. And I grew up in not the Miami that's, glamorized, or South Beach. I grew up in Liberty City, Miami.
Liberty City.
Yeah, I grew up, if you've ever watched the show First 48, Miami, where the detective show, where you have 48 hours to solve the murder. So I grew up in a very rough neighborhood. I've seen blood clean off sidewalks. And people fought all the time. And so I recognize that one of my triggers is when people do a lot of hand movement very close to me. So if this is an escalated conversation and you move your hands a lot, I become triggered. And I am 20, 30 years removed from Miami, and it takes me right back to that environment. And I posture myself differently. I sit up differently. I'm on my feet. And I don't know if you're going to swing or not, but I'm going to be ready. But I recognize that about myself because that's one of my triggers. Does that mean when I'm having a normal discussion at work and I just happen to be speaking to someone who moves their hands a lot, that I should be offended by their hand movement? No, I recognize that that's one of my triggers. That's something that I'm sensitive to, and this person doesn't have intention to disrespect me or to make me feel threatened. It's a trigger that I have. So self-awareness is understanding those things about yourself that may trigger you, and maybe the person isn't intentionally doing something towards you, but you may have a sensitivity there. And so that's why I always like to take back these type of conversations to emotional intelligence, because it's really important that we understand who we are, what our tendencies are, what our patterns are, and where are we in self-management. How have we grown? I know when I was working, if I had an elevated person move their hands a lot, they talking to me, we're having a discussion, I'll say, hey, can we go and sit down and finish this discussion? Just so we can sit at a table, we're across from each other, it creates distance. They can have a little animation, but I have that table there. I feel a little bit more comfortable and relaxed. And then I would have that conversation. But that's me managing my own trigger versus making it their responsibility. Hey, you can't talk with your hands. I have to tell a person not to communicate the way that they've always communicated. I recognize what my trigger was and adapting and managing it. So that's a little bit about emotional intelligence. Let's go into defining respect and honesty. And I like to keep the answers on the board. It makes it flow a little bit better. So nobody's having to guess the definitions. What we really want to distinguish between, because I know we use these words fluently, but for the purpose of our discussion today, respect is really about how we treat each other, right? It's how we treat each other. Honesty is about how we test ideas, right? So if we had to define them, respect is acknowledging someone's inherent worth and humanity, regardless of agreement. I don't have to agree with you to respect you. Honesty is speaking the truth about your perspective, concerns, and the trade-offs you see. Right? And so we really want to do both. So what isn't it, right? Like I said before, and I'm gonna keep saying, this isn't about always having to agree. This isn't about silence. This isn't about avoiding the difficult topics. And then honestly, this isn't about being blunt or harsh, well, I'm telling it like it is, and it's okay to a certain degree to tell it, but It's not an excuse for disrespect. You're allowed to feel a certain way. You're allowed to convey your perspective. But when you're being harsh or being blunt, then you're teetering over into disrespect. There's a way to convey your message and leave people intact and still exude respect. So being honest, but also being respectful. What do you guys think about respect and honesty as the foundation for communication in this environment?
Comparative.
Comparative. I like that word. What else? Is there something missing?
Well-
Do you think what causes maybe tension is not these two things? Is there something else?
Well, for me, like I say, respect mean everything, and I try to respect everybody, but then again, when you come, honesty is the key factor to me. When you're being dishonest, you're gonna lose my respect, okay? Honesty is the key to me, and always being honest about everything. You're gonna get my respect, whether I like what you're saying or whatever, but as long as you're being honest with me, you're gonna gain my respect. But when you stop being honest, you lose my respect. As I always even teach my kids and people around me is, hey, honesty is the key to life. If you tell somebody you're gonna do something, do it. If you can't, tell them you can't. But always be honest about where you are, about your feelings and everything. Now, being honest, whether I like you or not, and everything, I'm gonna be honest with you. I tell you how I feel. That may not stop me from having to work with you. For example, when I was in the military, I used to tell my bosses all the time, hey, all I ask for is respect, and I'm gonna always be honest with you. You know, when it comes to decision making, give me the opportunity to give me input. Okay, whether you like it or not, I'm gonna give you the input, and of course, you have the ultimate decision to make, and whatever that decision is, I'm gonna support it. Okay, whether I like it or not, because we work as a team. Okay, and that's how I look at this council. I may not like some of your ideas or what they're saying, but when it comes down and the decision is made and the goal is made, I'm gonna try to work with it and move it on as much as possible.
So I'm gonna ask a forward question.
Yes,
Do you believe that honesty is required in order to get respect?
I do. For me, if you're not being, as I said before, if you're not being honest with me, I'm not gonna give you much. I'm not gonna give you as much. I'll put it this way: as much respect. Okay, I accept you, but you're not gonna get much respect if you coming to me being dishonest. Okay, I'm not gonna be dishonest with you, and so don't be dishonest with me. Honesty is the key factor to me. Okay.
And I appreciate your transparency in it, because one of the things that we're gonna do in this meeting is we're gonna try and grow our perspective on what respect is, because radical respect is about birthright respect. It's about respect that isn't earned. It's about a certain level of respect that I have for individuals, regardless of whether they earned it or not, regardless of if they're honest or not. It's about how do I treat people regardless of how they behave. And so radical respect really challenges that thought process on, in order for us to get to a place where we can have civil disagreement and disagree in a way that allows us to continue to be productive, we have to kind of elevate to this space where respect doesn't necessarily have to be earned. There's a such thing as performance respect and birthright respect.
But the thing is, for me, I'm gonna respect it. When I first meet you, I'm gonna give you all the respect in the world.
That's
Okay?
birthright respect,
Yeah,
right?
right. You're gonna always get my respect. Okay, and that's a give me. I'm always, because one of the things I always say, I wanna treat people the way I want to be treated. Okay, so I'm always respect you, but when you stop being honest or being dishonest with me, you're gonna lose some of my respect, okay? I'm sorry, that's just me.
Well, I appreciate your honesty. And so what does it look like when someone loses your respect? Because I think we can think and feel certain things, but when we activate those things and we put them into action and motion, then it becomes a different story. And again, this book here, it really, really talks about how do we maintain respect even when it isn't earned, or even when it's not deserving? Because there are people that we probably feel that don't, and let's not talk about the extreme cases, because, like, oh, they did this to a child, like, oh, okay, that's extreme, we don't, but normal professional environment, what is our tolerance level for respect, or what is our triggers to withdraw respect, is what we have to identify.
Well, for me, even when I may not, you lost some of my respect, I'ma still treat you with respect.
Okay,
Okay, regardless. Okay, even though I may not truthfully believe everything you're saying anymore, I'ma still try to treat you with respect. And I do it all the time because, I get blasted out, and especially in the political
so there's
world.
an internal and an external kind of
It is.
thing.
It goes back to the thing when I said Q-tips, where you come in and you do all this. Hey, do I have all the respect for you anymore when you say these things to me? No, but I'm gonna still give you that respect if you come to me and talk. I'm gonna try to give you the respect, and of course, I'm gonna still be honest with you where I feel about it. Is one of my old saying in life. I'm gonna tell you how I feel out front, so you don't stick out behind. Okay, and everything, So I want to be honest with you up front and let you know where I stand and where we stand, but still, let's do this thing together. I'm gonna respect you whenever we have to be, that has to come around, so.
I want to show you guys this other page right here. And I appreciate the dialogue and the interaction. I really appreciate it, Mayor. So I want to draw your attention to here of the different imbalances that are created based off of the level of respect and the level of honesty that's being given. Remember, when we think about honesty, this is our ability to, how we test ideas and speak honest perspective. And when we think about respect, this is how we treat each other or view each other, regardless of our honest feedback. So this is a little matrix, and so I'm gonna describe the four, and I'll stand up for a second. All right, so high honesty, low respect environments. These are environments that tend to become very tense and personal, because remember, high honesty meaning we're telling it like it is,
Like it is.
we're being very truthful, we are giving a lot of perspective, but we don't respect, some of the people, like the respect is kind of low in the room. So it creates these tense and personal environments. There's interruptions, there's sharp tones, there's defensiveness. So that tends to happen in high honesty, low respect. Let's move over here. Low honesty, low respect. So meaning we're not telling the truth, or we're silenced because we're playing nice, we're trying to be polite. So if that person says, well, I don't want to challenge them in the room, so I'm not going to say anything. I don't really have respect for them, so we're gonna have a little side conversation behind their back. There's confusion, there's frustration, the direction is kind of murky because again, there's low respect in the environment. People don't feel very respected, but also people aren't really telling the truth because they're trying to keep the peace. Right? So that's a low honesty, low respect environment. So let's move over here. High respect, low honesty. So this is very polite but vague. The real issues stay under the ground. And this is where you have a lot of rework or delayed accountability because, again, respect is high. We're going to treat each other very, very well. Very well. We treat you very well. But, again, we don't want to rock the boat. So you can't get things done because everybody's too busy trying to be nice. Right? So that's high respect but low honesty. And then where we all want to shift to is high honesty, high respect. We want to have clear, candid, and civil conversations. We want everyone to, again, bring all those different perspectives into the room, so honest communication, but the respect level is high. Durable decisions, you get public trust, you get momentum, and now I'm gonna ask a pretty interesting question. I want you to vote. Which quadrant best represents the current council? Do you believe you're in a high honesty, low respect, low honesty, low respect, high respect, low honesty, high respect? And I'm gonna go back so you can see the definition while you're voting. Sorry, I'll come back. If you need to scan, it should be a different QR code.
Yeah, the scanning seems to be working.
Oh, okay.
I had my old one up. My next question.
Oh, and it went to
So I think
something
it
else.
took me to the second maybe. I mean, I'm in it.
And if you guys want to look at the matrix, it's on page 6. So that'll help you as you're answering the question, which quadrant? And I'll give you guys a moment to vote, and then I'll refresh the screen. But which quadrant do you believe currently represents our current council? like everybody is done.
No.
And unfortunately, I have to come out and come back in. We know the drill. We'll reload and
That's what happened.
bring it back.
Now you put yours in, you just go move on.
All right. Yeah. All right, so it looks like we got a little bit of audience participation.
Oh, boy.
Thank you, I guess. First of all, again, thank you guys for answering the question. Anybody want to open up discussion about that vote, about that perspective? So we got 71% of our vote feels that we're in a low honesty, low respect environment.
I'll open it up. If I did, and I actually.
Thank you, Mayor, I appreciate it.
And I actually get the low honesty, low respect.
Okay.
And I've been on this council for 6 years, and this is probably one of the worst ones I've been on so far when it comes to respect and honesty, okay? And I'm not saying that because of the people that be, but our politics and our elected officials have become so wrapped up in coming in on with certain agendas and things like this, and we're not truly being honest and doing the best thing for the people that elected us. We say one thing and out there on the campaign trail, but then we get on the dais and get elected, and we go a whole different route, and it's not being true honesty, and that's what I see a lot, not just here, but all over the country and everything, because we're so wrapped up in trying, as elected officials now, we try to get so wrapped up in satisfying a handful of people that helped us get elected and their ideas and everything, that we can't, when we get up in the position, we're not being honest with ourselves and really looking at everything, because we already got this PC a notion that, hey, this is what we're going to do, rather than taking a real good look at the situation and saying what's best, okay? And that's what I'm seeing. Like I say, I've been mayor for 6 years, and every year I've been the mayor, I've had a different council every year. And this is probably, to me, this is probably the one that I say have the less honesty and respect for each other than any of them I've been associated with. No, I can't say that. I would say the previous one, because we just changed in November. It was the most disrespectful and least honest that it was ever about. So, but it's still kind of carrying over right now. Okay.
Yeah, as a person who's the newest on the council here, but someone who's watched councils in the past, I think I looked at the outcomes of these two quadrants, and I think those are outcomes that have been in existence prior to our current council, maybe have been exacerbated in our current, in the last couple of years, but have been out there for a while, in terms of stalled votes or confusion back and forth. Staff whiplash. I can't count how many times up there and sitting out here, I've heard staff say, what direction do you want us to go? Community frustration and confusion along with that. And I say all of that because I don't, what I want to say next I want it to be not specific to just the people who are at this table.
Okay.
But I think it is a general direction that we've gone as a community, in that we've never really established a strategic direction for the city. We have plans. We have plans for downtown. We have plans for a comprehensive plan. We have plans for Wellness Way.
Okay.
But what are we really strategically working for as a community? And how does what is in front of us, is it ministerial, meaning we have to do it, but it really doesn't have anything to do with that, so let's get those things done. I kind of consider that to be like consent agenda. And then, what are the things that really apply to that, that we need to have a really earnest, honest, respectful conversation about how it fulfills that direction, or if it fulfills that direction, and then where do we go from there? And so I don't have the answer necessarily to that. I think that there are some things we might be able to do, but I think it is something, honestly, that has existed in Clermont for quite some time. And it just maybe has exacerbated because it has existed for quite some time.
Anybody else?
Yeah, and no assignment.
Well, let me go back and comment. I've been associated with this council now, I don't know, since 2020, 2005, or somewhere in there I started coming. And one of the things I used to really admire about old councils when I used to sit out here is the fact that I used to be able to see the council members sit up there and they have disagreements, but they always had respect for each other. They was always able to work through their disagreement. And I used to say it was great. Yeah, we have people come up and say things and public comment and everything, but very seldom did I see any really disrespect for one another, regardless of how they felt.
Okay.
And I know Mr. Banks say, I know he hasn't been around here as long as I have and seen all this, but it goes back to what I was saying before. Our political world has become so polarized and everything, and we so worried about the people out here that's supporting us and what they saying and everything, that now our elected officials are getting to the point where, hey, they feel like they just have to always fight one another and go against one another instead of sitting down and working together. But I can remember, and I never thought about being a council member or running a council, but I used to be in this council chamber every Tuesday night and watching them council, and I always admired the way they worked together, because I had seen other councils where that didn't work, you know, and everything. But that's one of the things I've already respected about our previous council. And around 2017, 2018, when I started noticing that change, okay, you know, and it started becoming more polarized, and it's gotten worse over the years. And the last few years since I've been on the council, I've seen it even getting worse.
Well, what we can't, thank you, Mayor, first, but what we can't ignore is that the world has changed.
Yes, it's changed.
There are macro things that have happened, and the way we live, the way we interact with each other has changed globally, right? So there has been this evolution of how people behave and how people treat each other. However, when we think about respect and honesty, that's gonna be the foundation for how we're gonna move things forward. Like, what's the answer? The answer is respect and honesty.
Respect and honesty.
The answer is, how do we get on the same page, shared vision around respect and honesty, and then that becomes a foundation in the mindset for how we do business going forward.
Would you like a skunk on the table, or do you want
Yeah.
me being nice?
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay. So, twice, we have had, so let me preface with, on the issue of respect. I respect your position. I'm gonna stop talking globally because I don't think it's gonna help,
Okay.
unless you want me to.
Just in this.
The mayor's seat is responsible for running the meetings and enforcing the rules of the meetings. The position you chose to run for. I did not. I have no interest in ribbon cuttings, and I don't want to run a meeting. So, I'm putting that out there. So I respect you for that, because I don't want that job. But we have rules. And twice they've come before us for consideration to change them. And neither time did we have a majority of this council that said, we want to change the 3-minute rule. We have other rules that I've brought up, like seeking endorsement. And you've said now 3 times, you're gonna do what you wanna do. It doesn't matter what the rules are. You think we need more time. You think you have the right to get an endorsement. These rules don't matter. Now, for me, if I'm being honest, as a person who likes rules, and I'm happy to change rules. I think agreement is more important than rules. I think we need to be in agreement. But we have rules that we've all had a chance to change and that none of us did. But you don't enforce them. So I've often questioned, do I talk too much? Some people tell me, you need to talk more. That's why we elected you. And then I look at the video and think I've talked too much. But sometimes I feel like I have to talk because there's so much talk that either I haven't made my point because there's still more talking. And so I sit here and say, why do we have rules if we're not going to follow them? And when I bring it up, there's 4 other people sitting next to me who don't say, well, Mr. Mayor, that's what our rule says. So I don't feel like I have the votes to enforce the rules. So in many ways, I feel handcuffed because I'm just one vote. And if we don't want the rules, then I think we should change the rules. And then, to bring up a specific point, I brought it up once, I don't want to belabor it, it's just I want to be clear. My frustration with what happened with the 6:30 vote is that I was the swing vote, and the public has clearly said that they want 6:30 meetings. And instead of enforcing our rules, we got emotional, and in my opinion, we let the public down. And I feel like we failed them. So I sit here and say, we have rules, we're not enforcing them. If we were enforcing them, we could have quicker meetings. If we had quicker meetings, we could have 6:30 meetings. But then, I'm being targeted when we talk about meetings behind closed doors and what's said in the public. You know, oh, they don't want 6:30 meetings. Well, we can't have 6:30 meetings if we go until midnight. And as long as we don't enforce the rules, we're gonna go until midnight. And it just seems like chaos to me. And I've already stated, I don't desire to be here, so it feels like I'm wasting my time. And that's what I'm bringing to the table. So when I get tense or I cut you off, I apologize. And I'm working on that. But if you can receive me in understanding, I don't want to waste anybody's time, including my own. So that's frustrating for me. And I just think if you don't want to enforce the rules, you shouldn't be in that seat. That's my judgment of it. I'm being honest with you. You've never told me that you think I'm dishonest.
And I respect that.
Or that you don't respect me because I'm dishonest. You've never said that to me. So if I'm part of the reason why you think this council's so awful, I would rather you say it to me, because I'm new on this council too. So if you feel that way because of the president, that's fine, but I'm taking what you say about us and this being a terrible council. I am looking at, I've only been here for 16 months, and I would rather you be, Tim, what's, oh gosh, he's gonna kill me. County Commissioner, Tim.
Worse.
Thank you. He talks about the skunk on the table. You asked for this because we're not getting along very well. You're doing a great job, but we're not helping you. So I'm putting a skunk on the table. There might be other skunks. Feel free to put your skunk here.
Can I address that? And here it is.
Yes.
As I said before, I used to
Now the
sit here and
popcorn gets popped.
I watched the previous council before I was up there. Watch. Meeting used to be at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the evening.
Okay.
And the council members, I mean, I was in here, at 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. They didn't care. If they had to be here till 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, and they started at 7, they took care of business.
Okay.
Because that's what they was elected to do. Now, to go back to this, yeah, you've come up and talk about changing rules. And that's one of the reasons I kind of look and say, okay, ever since you've been on the council, basically, everything used to come before us by changing the rules. We have had rules set there, and then we've been going by these rules for years. The 6:30, we changed that, okay? You want to put the 3-minute rule in. We never had a 3-minute rule on council members. But you're
That's
going to
what
put.
our rules say.
No, it wasn't. The council members has never been limited. We put it in there. That's what it says now, because you put it in. But this is the thing. We came up here and you start changing all these rules, okay? And I feel, and to be honest with you, I feel like that's to suit you personally, okay? As I've often said, when you ran for the position, you knew what it required, okay? When I ran for mayor, yeah, I knew it meant I had to run the meeting. I knew this, I knew that, you know, and everything. If I didn't want to do that, I wouldn't have ran for the position. I knew what time I had to be here, okay? Right now, as a matter of fact, I told somebody just the other day, with the time we start council now, there's no way I would have ever ran for mayor, because ain't no way when I was working, I could have did this job at no 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay? But we change all this to fit our personal lives, instead of going ahead and
I
accept.
disagree with that.
What-
I don't care what time the meeting is. So for you to say that and direct it at me, it's not true. If you think that it's true, your belief is based on a falsehood. It doesn't matter to me whether these meetings are at, the only time that I care about is before noon because I homeschool my children. Between noon and 10 o'clock at night, I'm here for you, I'm here for you, I'm here for you, I'm here for the citizens of Clermont. But no one's ever asked me, so I'll tell you, I think bad decisions are made after 8:30 p.m.
Yep.
And I think there's a lot of support for that. So it doesn't matter whether I'm willing to be here until midnight, 1 o'clock. The brain doesn't function well, and we're dealing with a $200 million budget. So we need to run effective and efficient meetings. That, my recollection is that 3 o'clock rule was in there when I got here, or the 3-minute rule was here when I got here. But I'm not being effective in communicating what I'm trying to say, which is we have rules, and you've acknowledged at this meeting and others that you don't like them, so you're not going to enforce them. But because I respect your position as the mayor, I don't know what to do when you violate the rules. Do I interrupt you? Do I seek to enforce them? Do I have support from my council to enforce them? What do I do in that situation? So I say nothing. And I'm off balance, but
So I want to bring the conversation forward, right? First of all, that may have felt intense. I don't know what the emotion, I can only imagine emotionally what you guys are probably feeling, but I'm sitting here like, wow, this is a great display of honesty, right? This is a great display because honesty really is about the quality and the integrity of the decision-making process. It's that ability to have that conversation and speak your truth. So I don't want anybody to think I'm sitting here like, oh my God. No, I'm just like, okay, this is honest.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. This is the way the dialogue goes. Honest conversation. Respect is how we would protect the relationship and the environment. Respect shows up in our tone and our body language, how we listen, how we interpret that information, how we sit on it and allow it to penetrate us, and then how we respond to it. And so that's why both are important. That's why the honesty and the respect is important. So I appreciate the dialogue that just took place. Hey, this is what I feel. This is what I observe. This is what I see. This is my perspective. This is what I think. Because by being honest and putting it to the room, now I know how to manage this relationship because I understand your truth. Respect is, how do you respond to that? How do you treat people when they disagree? How do you maintain order? And sometimes rules are necessary in order to better demonstrate respect. And so I'm not going to get into the technicality of the 3 minutes or not, or who should do what.
Well,
Not my job. That's above me. But what I will say is there is a place for rules, and rules are or norms, so that you can leverage that as a way of being respectful. It's a way of demonstrating equity or equality among everyone. When I say this norm is in place so that everybody has a fair chance, that kind of thing. So I could see where the rules could play into a demonstration of respect. And I definitely understand the open forum. Like, I understand the ability to allow people to be completely honest and saying, I don't want them to have to stop at 3 minutes if it's their honest opinion. I want them to feel free. So I understand both perspectives. You led into this meeting about this shared understanding or this shared vision about how to move forward. That's where we have to get on honesty and respect. We have to say, I'm okay with you speaking your truth. I'm okay with you being honest, but it has to be respectful.
Amen.
And respectful has to be action oriented. It's not that in my head, yeah, I have a lot of respect for you. It's radical respect. So I'm going to move to this page. Radical respect, and if you go to page 7, it's elevated respect. It means that every person deserves respect simply because they are human, not because of their title, not because of their agreement with you, or not because of their performance. It's challenging ourselves to get out of performative respect. It's challenging, and it's hard sometimes. It's hard when you feel disrespected. It's hard if you felt betrayed. It's hard when you feel like it's 4 against 1 to have a heightened level of respect. But radical respect positions allows you to have a mental disposition of birthright respect. And again, not just mentally in your actions. I am going to treat you this way because I have a high level of respect for you, regardless of your performance. It's hard for some people. It creates a little dissonance for some people. It takes a lot of growth and uncomfortability to get to a place to where I'm going to give respect when you don't earn it. I'm going to align my actions in respectful behavior, even when I don't like what your honest feedback is. That's the challenge. That's what we have to get mastery of. This is how we're going to move into professional disagreement or productive disagreement, is when we can come to that mental conclusion on birthright respect versus performative respect, right? So if you turn to page 8, we're not going to go fully into discussion here, but in my attempt to be honest, and wow, we've ate up a lot of time.
Yeah.
In my attempt to be very, I would say, transparent, before today, I have sat and I've viewed almost 6 months, maybe 5 months worth of city council meetings, right? While I'm working out, while I'm driving in the car. And so I've just listened. I've just listened. I feel like I know some of you guys better than, you guys don't know me, but I know you. But really just because I thought it was important for me to just really listen in as a facilitator of this type of discussion, to really get an idea of patterns or behaviors or the things that are most important or the things that come up. And I can recognize some of the triggers. Like, so the minute somebody says something, I'm like, oh, this person, and then that person would say something. And so I want you to know that I studied this, and the statement that I'm about to make, I'm not making it, just throwing it out there. There are 3 enemies to radical respect. There are 3 things that will get in the way in your ability to offer birthright respect. It'll leave you in performative respect, meaning I'm only respecting you if you respect me and all that type of stuff. It'll leave you in that place if you don't recognize these enemies. Their bias, our unconscious assumptions, and I put examples there. It's prejudice. These are our conscious attitudes and policies that create unfair barriers. It's bullying, and people think bullying is hitting. No, it's using your power to intimidate or silence others. But those are the 3 enemies. You'll find that I got this book for everyone just for your continued learning. But it talks about how to recognize those behaviors, and it gives you a specific framework of how to formulate your conversations to challenge. When you hear a bias statement, you use an I response. If you hear a prejudice statement, you use an it response, refer back to policy. If you hear a bullying statement, you use a you statement. So it gives you, like, what I love about it is it gives you a very practical way to challenge those type of ideas. Being honest, I watch videos, and I saw examples of all 3. That's keeping it real. I saw examples of all 3 in the footage that I watched. So I'm not saying that it macro level. No, I'm saying that I watched the videos for almost 6 months of meetings every second and fourth Tuesday, and I saw examples of threats to radical respect being displayed. So I definitely want you guys to take on this book. It wasn't enough to do this full discussion in the 90 minutes, so that's why I felt it would be appropriate to give the book, give the worksheet just for some information, and then if there's an opportunity to follow up and take a deeper dive, I would love it.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
The 3 enemies, are those general enemies, or are those enemies that you've identified with your research of the meeting?
So the three enemies are in the book.
Okay,
These
so
are general
it's
enemies.
okay.
So what I did was I viewed the video footage to see if I saw any of them present, any of the
Yeah.
behaviors
Okay,
present.
gotcha.
And I saw examples of all three.
Gotcha. It wasn't an outcome of watching. It was,
No,
you were
no.
looking for those.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if I was necessarily looking for, but maybe I
Well,
have a trained eye for
Yeah,
them.
sorry, no,
So, yeah.
I wasn't,
I was gonna say,
yeah, you
I
picked
have
up
a-
on them, sorry.
Yeah,
That's a
I
better way
picked
to
up on
phrase
them.
it. Yes,
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's what
Like,
I
I
meant.
wasn't trying to look, and no, I don't have a secret notated file or something
Yeah.
on it. But because I'm trained to identify those type of statements and
Yeah.
behaviors, they come to me a little bit more readily.
The way I heard your question, Brian, was, are there more than these and these are the three you saw, or are these the three that exist and you saw all of them?
Yeah, these are the three that exist in
That's
this
in the
book. hmm And I was able to observe examples of them.
I hoping we pass that.
Well, here's the thing. What I do appreciate is, again, the dialogue that happened today, the honest conversation. And I do believe that you guys, there are good examples of respect and honesty that I observed as well. I think you guys, but again, I'm looking from outside. I don't know that there's a truth that's different. But what I do like is you guys bring different perspectives into the room. It's not this unilateral, like we all think about it the same way. It's, hey, but have we thought about it this way? And so those are good examples of honesty. And that's why I've made it a point to say this is not about not having disagreement. This is about continue to be honest and bring those different perspectives into the room. Elevate the respect. How do we get to a radical respect level? Because if we lead with a mindset that you don't necessarily have to earn my respect in this environment, I am going to treat you with respect, it'll show up in our actions. Because respect listens a certain way. It receives a certain way. It handles you with care. But if I don't respect you, then yeah, it's going to show up in my tone. It's going to show up in my assumptions or my interpretation of what you said. And so it's really about having that respect level. So here's what it looks like. We're acknowledging the different perspectives. So you may hear something like, hey, I hear council member, I put Riviera, concerns about the timing. Here's my view on sequencing. I acknowledge you. I'm not dismissing it. I heard you. Here's my perspective. Now I'm adding to it. I'm not saying but or don't, so I'm not dismissing. I'm just adding, right? It's little nuances like that, allowing others to finish. And again, one of the ways that people have done it in other ways is they do track the time because it allows for that fair participation because nobody can say they did anything. We all had the same amount of time. And maybe 3 minutes is too short. Maybe that's the part. It needs to be a different amount of minutes. Like, I'm not sure, again, above my pay grade, but it is a form that you could use, a forum that you could use in order to show respect. It's using measured professional language. So, always or never and things like that. So the exaggeration, so it makes a person feel like the world is against them or they're the only one, that does it. So how do we watch our language? How do we reduce sarcasm? How do we, again, speak to the issue but not the individual? So what does honest leadership sound like? And I think you guys have that down pat. Like, hey, I see this differently and here's why. But notice it's a lot of and instead of but. It isn't a dismiss you or what you said wasn't true. It's, I hear exactly what you're saying. Allow me to add this perspective to it. So how do we add that honest communication in? Or asking a question, can we explore another approach before we decide? And I heard great examples of that as well. Like, well, can we explore this? Do we have to make this decision today? Or I need more information? Those are good ways of demonstrating that honest leadership and wanting to make an informed decision. One of the things that I think would be really good is to say it out loud. I am challenging this proposal, not the person. Hey, I'm going to challenge, what you said, but I want to make it clear. This isn't a challenge towards you, Councilman Peterson. This is directed towards that. And so it makes it clear in the room and it allows that person to receive that and say, okay, let me relax in my chair. You're about to make a statement. The statement isn't towards me. Now, when you make the statement, it needs to be about, don't disarm them to then come back and then challenge them. But this, you know, it allows that person to disarm and allows you to focus on what the actual proposal is versus the person. But saying it out loud helps to disarm the person and then allows them to listen with a different set of ears. So this is the framework that I was talking about. And I'm sorry if I'm going a little bit faster because I really want to be conscious of your time. But Mayor has something.
No, I was just gonna say, I know you're trying to rush because you had that hour, 90-minute time limit.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say this, I don't have no problem, instead of you
Okay.
rushing through it, because I think this is very important.
Okay,
Go ahead and
thank
take your time. If we go over the 90 minutes, that's okay with the rest of them.
Okay. We
But-
shouldn't be over by much, but I appreciate
Okay.
that because I don't want to rush it.
It's-
And really, this is the most,
Right.
this is the application part of it. This is the framework that I was telling you guys about with, again, but I think it was important that we had the dialogue that we had and really talk about that foundation because we, again, in order to move us in a different direction, we have to wrap our minds around radical respect.
What about if we had you come back to do follow-up on it, because as you said, this is not enough time, and we have other people here for the other things that we have on the agenda too. Would that be doable with everybody if we continue at another date or time or whatnot?
I think it's great. I was gonna ask if she could stick around for the planning and zoning piece.
Yeah, did I get a
Thinking
vote out
that
there in the
too.
audience?
If
Like,
I could dream a dream.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. If she could stay for planning and zoning too.
Don't put that on you, but-
I
Take
would
your
love,
shot, see
yeah,
what
I would love the
happens.
opportunity to do more of these. This is what I love, enjoy doing and helping teams to move forward and reach their goals by really getting some of the murkiness out of the way.
Does the majority of the
But
council
I just
agree
feel
with that?
like, I just feel like you really coming in a lot more the meat of this whole thing right now towards the end.
Yeah.
And I don't want you to have to rush to try to do that.
No, I appreciate if I could at least finish this section
Okay.
here because this is the application. So thank you, Mayor. This is really, because again, some of the knowledge is already there. Really, it's elevating the foundation, again, getting to that radical respect level and recognizing that we can respect someone in our heads, but we have to respect them in our actions. And how intentional are we about demonstrating that respect that we may have in our head? And if you genuinely have birthright respect, meaning I respect you because you are a human, regardless of your performance, then how do you show it, right? And so this LEAD framework really gives you practical application of how to show it. And again, there's a copy in the workbook. But what it does is you become triggered, right? It's take a moment. You're gonna listen first, right? And not listen to respond, but you need to hear the whole perspective. And so what this looks like is, and you can follow along, it's on page 10, no interruptions, no immediate rebuttal, but focus on understanding versus reacting. So challenging yourself to, because some of us are fast thinkers like me, I already have my answer ready before the person's done talking. Like, it's a bad habit. But I try my hardest to make myself pause, and sometimes I will count to 3 before I reply, especially with my husband. I know he appreciates it. To let him finish his thought because the answer is already in my head, right? But challenging ourselves to let me hold back and let me really understand what has just been said to me. And so the first step is let me listen first, right? Take a deep breath, all right? And then next we're gonna empathize. And empathy is, again, it's an internal, but it's an external as well. So empathy is, okay, I'm trying to understand, but how does that person know that you're trying to understand, right? How do they know you're empathizing with them? It's in how you acknowledge their concern or their viewpoint. So I put it like an example there. And I don't know if this is too small for you to read. But it's things like, I can see why you feel that way. I can imagine how hard that must be. But some level of acknowledgement that you hear their concern, but you recognize it. You don't have to agree though. It doesn't mean I agree with you. It means I understand where you get that perspective. Oftentimes when I talk to people about where I grew up, they didn't grow up in Miami. They don't know what it's like to see bloodstains clean off a sidewalk. They don't know what it's like to go to a parade and gunfire comes out and they run. So they can't really say, oh yeah, like, yep, I know exactly what it's like. But it's comforting when they say, you know, I can only imagine what it must have been like as a child to grow up in that environment. And that's appreciated. That's just acknowledging what I brought up without having to agree or say, oh yeah, I grew up there too. No. All right. And then add is how you contribute your perspective. So this is about not being dismissive. This is about I hear you and. So hey, I understand your perspective on more, development of apartments. And we have to consider this, and this, and this. Not you're wrong for only wanting this, or you must be in the pocket of the developer. Like, no, we don't have to take it there. It's more so of I hear your perspective, and this is another perspective that we offer. So it's about adding to the conversation. And again, this is a mindset thing. You think differently when you say I'm challenging someone versus I'm adding conversation, right? Because challenging means opposition. Adding means I'm offering something. So I'm putting another perspective into the pot. And so if we can shift our mindset to versus challenging your idea, I'm adding an idea, it changes our tone, it changes the way that we lead the conversation, and it changes the way we move it forward. Because right now, we're just making a contribution. The focus isn't in dismissing or challenging their idea, the focus is in adding a contribution. And so that's where we add. And then last but not least is direct the conversation forward. And I think sometimes, especially in listening in some of the meetings and conversations, this is where, we've listened, we've set our perspective, we've added things, and we acknowledge. How do we direct the conversation forward? Because sometimes we kind of leave it with, well, this is my perspective. How do you pass the ball back? How do you give another person an opportunity to come in and offer more perspective? But how do you propose a path forward? So this is where you would guide towards a solution. This is where instead of just presenting a problem, also presenting a solution. So I recognize that because we have done A, B, and C, it has now caused, it's gonna be funny when I say, the traffic on 50. Here's how we move it forward. And so in some conversations, we put out what the obstacle or the challenge is, but leave it as a cliffhanger on what the solution is or bringing the conversation forward. And so what happens is we start spinning our wheels, and then now we're 30 minutes into a conversation where it's all perspective and nobody has passed it forward. And so the lead framework helps you to position your communication in a sequence that allows you to reduce tension, stay focused on the outcomes, and then be more productive because you're going to end your statement passing it forward. You're going to listen first, you're going to empathize and acknowledge, add your perspective, and then direct the conversation forward. It takes practice in order to start getting really good at passing or leading a conversation that way. Go ahead.
The shaded boxes underneath the in practice, is that on here? I don't see it, and I think it's super helpful.
Okay, so it'll be in the other packet, because that's a copy of the PowerPoint.
Oh, right here,
Yeah.
okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Sorry.
Hard.
I put some different ones for
It's
the
a little
read up
hard to see
there.
what's in here.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
And we can print out.
Make it
like,
bigger.
Yeah, I provided
yeah,
more
yeah,
copies
yeah,
of
yeah.
it.
You can just like put
Look,
that on my
look,
desk,
look,
that would
look,
be.
we don't have 25-year-old
It's
eyes.
in here, but it's hard to see, that's all.
So I gotta get y'all the big print.
Yeah.
I got you. I'm gonna send that
We all
over.
over 25 in here, okay?
I'm gonna send over the full page.
Tape it to the desk.
Okay. No, but I'll do that. I'll email over
That was
the
in-
larger print of the PowerPoint, and then that way you guys will have those particular
Okay.
slides.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. All right, and so as we begin to wrap up, let's talk about, I want to give an example in the room, and then we're going to talk about how do we put together the foundation, the application in order to get the outcomes that we want. So, a council member challenges staff's request for an unexpected mid-year budget increase for infrastructure repairs, right? I tried to think of something generic. I didn't want nobody to feel like I was dancing on something. I'm just like, no, I just picked something kind of random. But let's say a council member is challenging a request for a mid-year budget increase. All right, Radical respect mindset. How do we, from a mindset standpoint, go into this conversation respectfully? And I always put the answers on the board. So.
How do we go in?
No, say it again. How do we mindset? What mindset do we adapt to go into this conversation? So let's say a council member is challenging the staff request for an unexpected. So you're the council member, and you want to challenge this request. Mindset. Where do we begin?
Looking at policy, like you're saying there, right?
Yep.
Not the person that's doing it. So then you have to open up your mind to be able to see them.
Yeah.
And, you know,
I will.
and that's going to show them respect and not go long-winded on it, like on a 15-minute tangents on all over the place, but
Yeah.
stay concise in your, this way you get the meeting going.
And here's the thing, we're human, right? We're human beings, and we have to remember that certain things are just easier said than done. That radical respect piece is separating the person from the policy. And sometimes if I'm aggravated with the person, everything that come out their mouth is kind of like a problem already. Yeah. And so the radical mindset is about, this isn't about the person, this is the content of what they're explaining to me.
Right.
And so getting into the right foundation or the listening mode is practicing or becoming disciplined on how do I separate the information that they're bringing me from the person that's saying it.
Saying it, yeah.
Because it may be a good idea, but maybe because of past things or their tendencies or stuff that I recognize, even a broken clock is right 2 times a day. You know, they're coming with something good, and we can't even hear them because of all the things that have happened in the past. And that radical mindset is almost like spiritually when we say we renew our mind every day.
Yeah.
That's really what radical respect is about. It's about how do you come into this room and renew your mind each day. And it's not to be ignorant towards people's patterns or tendencies. You know what you know, but how can you sit in a position of this high level of, and I like that she calls it radical respect, to where you can listen in a way that in a way that shows or demonstrates respect to that person. You can hear their honest opinion in a way that's respectful.
Can I say something on that? I think that goes to having the mindset of I can learn from anyone, regardless of whether I like them or dislike them. And that's kind of the mindset I have been. And so I sit back and I observe, to watch, to listen, to really hear. Because as you know, with sunshine laws, we don't get to pick up the phone and talk. So only time we get to talk is here. So I'm always in that mode of listening to try to have understanding of like, that's how you came to that. Okay, I may not agree, but that's how you came to that. And so I think you have to have that mindset, like, even if I don't like you or like how you are behaving, I can still learn something from you by just listening. And that takes some time, some growth and some maturity with that. But I've learned that over the years of moving and stuff and watching people. It's like, okay, that's where they're coming from. Okay, that makes more sense. All right, let me just focus on what they're saying instead of who they are and how they're showing up.
For me, go back to something I heard you say earlier. You already had your mind made, your reply made up before they asked the question.
Yeah.
I try to eliminate that altogether.
Yeah.
And prepare myself to listen. Especially in my position as the mayor, when they come to me with something like this, it's not my job to get into the budget and know everyday operations. So one of the things I have to tell myself, I have to listen to what the staff is saying to me, because they work with it every day, not me. Okay, so now I have to prepare myself and really listen to it, and okay, I'm hearing what you're saying, and I appreciate it, and of course then I'm going back and say, okay, is that going to really benefit you? How is this going to really help you? Is this what we really need here? Because then I start analyzing, is that what we need? I may question that point, hey, well, what about this, what about that? But if you hear, and of course this is where, I'm gathering information, I guess you can say.
Okay.
And what's best, before I make my decision and going down, and of course, giving back feedback. Well, what about this? Maybe I had some experience in this or in that area. Wait, what about this? And then in the end, hopefully we're gonna come up to a decision what we think is best and where we're gonna work at before, you know. But I work my way through all these different processes. And the first thing is I have to prepare myself to
Yes,
listen.
to listen.
One of
No,
the
I
things-
like that.
Yeah, well, regardless of whether who bringing it to me, they coming to me with a problem, prepare yourself to listen, and that's one of the hardest things I think in communication, because we can sit here talking about we listen, but a lot of times, listening, it take more than just sitting there, you know, you have to prepare yourself to really hear what the person is saying, okay? And that's what I do. I know I get comments, somebody like, you act like you're not paying, no, I'm really trying to hear what they're saying.
Focusing.
And focusing on what they're saying and all, and trying to go back. In the meantime, I run into my mindset, hey, if I haven't had any experience in this area, is there any kind of thing I can contribute to them to maybe make this decision a little bit better and everything? And that's where, I guess, if you're looking at your lead and everything, that's where I empathize with their position and then add to it, okay? That's where I come back and give feedback, and at the same, we can work out.
No, I appreciate the reinforcement, because what you're speaking to is that mindset that you have to have, and what we're gonna try and do going forward is get that radical respect mindset
Right.
of how we act and respect, so I appreciate that. And then you went right into that application. Listen first. Part of that application is how do we demonstrate to people that we're listening? What does it look like? Or what do we say? So in this example, we say, okay, let me make sure I understand the full scope of this request.
Right.
That lets that person know that, and then you kind of paraphrase it back. Let me understand, let me make sure I understand. So paraphrasing is a good way to say, okay, I heard you. Did I hear that correctly? So we like to call those like validation questions, making sure that I heard it correctly, right? So that's a good way to demonstrate listen. And then what might we say to demonstrate empathy or acknowledge? I can see why the engineering report would raise urgency, especially with the safety implications you outlined. So not only did I listen and say, okay, I heard what you said. No, I said what you said. Hey, I can see the engineering report is causing urgency, and now they're raising the urgency because it's a safety implication. I know I was heard if a person's gonna repeat it back to me in that level of detail. Again, that's how we show respect. When I'm able to say, I hear you, I hear exactly what you stated to me. Have we considered this also?
Right.
Now it doesn't feel like I'm challenging you.
Right.
I'm adding to your perspective. I'm taking the meat of what you said, and how do I elevate it, make it better, make it broader, or make it more global, or make it to where it satisfies more of the population.
Right. Well,
Right.
we looking for collaboration, and maybe you hadn't seen this one side where I said earlier, you know, I want to be challenged and everything, because it's gonna open my mindset to other things that I hadn't thought about. And that's all I be trying to do when I do some of these things. And myself, a lot of times, I actually look at the person, did I hear you say so-and-so and so-and-so?
Yep. Those are great validation questions, and so that's another great way of demonstrating respect.
Right.
And again, like, I don't want to give the impression that I didn't hear some of those things on the videos.
video.
Because I did. Like, I saw good demonstration of honest leadership, of respectful behavior. So those things are present. I just threw it into the room for full transparency that the other ones were as well.
Right.
All right, so we just kind of did a little bit of our practice. And then I have one final vote. And the last vote really was, which behavior will you personally focus on to move this meeting forward, or our future meetings, with more civility, meaning higher level of respect and honesty? Are you going to focus on maybe the L of the lead, the listening part, the empathy, how you empathize and acknowledge what's brought forward, how you add your perspective, or how you direct it forward? Maybe you add perspective but don't push the ball forward. And so I would love to know, which lead principle would you like to focus more on? I think everybody's had enough time, so I'm gonna come out and do our whole little thingamajigger, and we gotta figure that out. As it's refreshing. the other one? Let's see.
What's the other
Or I can,
Oh, 20%.
here it goes. All right, so 80% said in how we direct the conversation forward, so progress, guide towards a solution, next step, so we don't spiral. And then we had someone say they're gonna empathize and acknowledge. All right, and so I wanna, so on this last page here, which, this is really about commitments. And I want to challenge you guys to, again, identify that immediate commitment. You kind of just voted and said that's that thing that I'm going to work on. Use one honest leadership phrase that you have a copy of what honest leadership sounds like. Again, I'll say it to the meeting's over. This is not about eliminating disagreement. We understand that it has a normal, natural, presence in this environment. We expect the disagreement portion. This is about how do we elevate respect? How do we disagree professionally so that we're still productive and that our disagreement doesn't hold us up from making strong decisions for our community? And I would love if you guys, even if you don't read it fully, but skim it and really look at this book, because I think there's a couple good frameworks here that you really, really would enjoy, that would be really helpful. And I think it's important that we know and understand the enemies of radical respect, those things that get in the way of us being able to demonstrate respect at a high level. And this book does a really good job of articulating what those things are and how, I'm telling you, I'm guilty of doing them as well. It's just things that you don't even think about that play into conversation. And before you know it, oh man, I didn't realize that that fell under the category of bullying. And I just thought that I was moving things forward. And then what it does is it empowers other people to respond to it. And that's what I like. So you're not sitting there trying to figure out, I just heard that statement, now what do I do? It tells you how to respond to when you see those type of behaviors. And so questions, comments, concerns that you have for me, and I appreciate the additional time to really at least cover the information. There would have been a lot more questions and discussions, but you have them in your workbook to be able to go through. But thank you guys so much for the opportunity.
When can you come back?
I'm available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the
great.
opportunity. Do I bow in these? No, no. Oh, okay. I'll keep it cute. We're gonna get up. Any closing remarks? No, everyone.
I thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to come out, and I think it's been a great session and everything, so. Give us something to work on in the future and everything as well, so.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. You guys have been wonderful.
Did this go through the House speakers?
Yes.
Because I can't, I know I got my hearing aids in, but I still can't hear nothing out here. When we speak in here, do they,
Going through which speakers?
He's asking me.
when we speak, do they, you hear my, in my
I don't-
house?
I don't know. I
I'm
know.
not, I don't hear it.
No, I don't hear it through here. I know you can hear it on YouTube.
Okay, I just.
Yes, sir,
I know I'm wearing
I'll
a
check with
hearing aid,
Wayne real
I
quick.
can hear. Okay, but anyway,
I thought we had
if I can get everyone to go ahead and take their seats, please. We'll go ahead and get started back, and I'll turn it back over to Mr. Van Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, at this time, we've decided to have a discussion. You all asked me to bring back EMS, so we brought back our fire department, so I'm going to leave it to Chief Azell to come on up and share with his team. Anywhere in there's one.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Afternoon.
Wanted to appreciate the opportunity to come in and talk about ALS Transport Services. We started working with Lake County probably, I believe we're at about the 15-month mark on when we started having conversations with what do we need to do to improve services. So we approached the county back in October. We thought at that point in time that we had an agreement worked out with Lake County. The county did a 180 on us and opted to just, put their resources into play, which they have increased. We've seen about 4 new ambulances come up in our area.
Did you say 4?
4. So our model said that we needed 6. They've got 4 up and operating, and we have seen a reduction in the response times. We have not hit the 10-minute goal at the 90th percentile that we're looking for, but it is an improvement over the 17 minutes that we were seeing, at the onset of the conversations. One thing that we are seeing in that is that when we have fluctuations in call volume, and sometimes it can be as little as 2 calls a day difference in emergent calls, and we just had one this past couple weeks. We had one where 1 week we had 72 emergency responses, and we were down at about 10 minutes and 30 seconds for the 90th percentile response time. And the following week we had 85 responses, and we were up around 14 minutes. So
What was the first week's?
first week was about 10 minutes and 40 seconds,
How many calls?
and that was 72 calls.
So 85 were getting.
85, 12 more calls, roughly 2 a day, and the volume, we were up 3 minutes, and it was almost 3 minutes longer, so we were up around 14 minutes on the arrival time of the ambulance. So those are all emergent, correct. So it's an indication of, the system is still fragile. While it's improved, it's not to the point we're looking for, and I think they have validated that we need, in fact, 6 ambulances to have a resilient system that can handle the peak demands. And I'll also point out that, between Easter and Thanksgiving, that's usually our slower time of the year. After Thanksgiving, we start seeing more folks coming down to the area for vacationing and other things, and we'll see an increase in population and a corresponding increase in call volume. So those are other things that also have an influence over what we're seeing right now. I guess the bottom line of what we looked at when we were looking at everything, and we did engage with an outside consulting company, not to build some big case that we can go and try to push over on the county, but we wanted to have somebody that's outside of us to take a look at our data, make sure that we're analyzing it correctly. We also wanted to make sure that we were adhering to industry best practices and standards that are present throughout the company. So we have received that validation, and that just lets us know that the plan that we're putting together makes sense and it's meeting all those check marks. So our recommendation is that we do move forward with going for transport services. Reason is that we are a highly populated center of the county, and when resources get moved to serve the county system, it has a much higher risk for our community than if we had units that were truly dedicated to the Clermont area. And that's something that we could provide if we started getting into the transport services. So we've done all of our homework. We have got costs nailed down pretty tightly, so we've got a good fix on what we think things are going to cost in terms of personnel, equipment. We've even taken into consideration that the county will probably want us to start paying for dispatch services if we ended up getting our own MSTU. So those things are factored into our budget figures that we're looking at. So I just wanted to have the opportunity to answer any questions. I know there's a lot of unknowns here, so we want to explore those. I've got some of my other team members that can step in if we really want to get down into the weeds on some things, but just wanted to have conversation with you, because we do have an item on next week's agenda for council to consider us going forward with the COPCN request with Lake County for ALS transport services.
What does COCPS mean?
It is a certificate of public convenience and need.
Public convenience, yeah.
So, and that's where, by statute, the county is the authority that issues a license for someone to be able to provide emergency medical care in the community. Right now, we have a license to provide ALS non-transport services, and what we would be requesting is a certificate to allow us to do ALS transport.
And are the numbers you gave us Clermont proper or Clermont including unincorporated Clermont?
That does not include unincorporated. Those are strictly Clermont responses within our jurisdiction.
And are we still answering ALS calls to unincorporated Clermont?
We do, if they're emergent calls.
And what does emergent mean?
What if, like, say someone's having a stroke or a heart attack, we'll go. But if it's lower acuity, we do not respond to the county's jurisdiction.
What would
That's
help-
within the ISBA.
What would help me to be able to make a final determination would be, and I know you have it, but if I could get a single report that shows at least the last 16 months, I know we've been tracking it for 16 months, of in-city, unincorporated, just the ALS calls, emergent versus non-emergent, what kind of call volume are we dealing with the summary that you just identified of, it seems to be this is the threshold. Because what I anticipate in this process is that we're going to have to provide some sort of service to unincorporated Clermont. I just can't imagine that not happening. And so I want to anticipate what that might look like. And then a cover sheet that explains what the MSTU is that we're currently paying to, we as citizens are currently paying to Lake County. Another sheet that addresses what is the dispatch. Something that allows me, who has a second grade level at this, to be able to speak, at least at a collegiate level, with the numbers to back it up, because I believe you, and I believe it's there. I just would like to see it in one pretty package, and I'd like to have that expert report included in it, so that that supports it as well.
Yeah, and we do have that report.
I know you do.
Breaks a lot of that stuff down. And we have looked at the last 5 years of data, and we also included this year, I believe we went up through, the data is as recent as April 12th.
Okay.
So we were taking into account, what did the system look like after the county did improvements?
I guess the fourth piece would be the financial piece of that, how this works, because we have the issue of the citizens of Clermont are paying Lake County for emergency response. Walk me through how that works. Are we thinking that that MSTU money now comes to Clermont? Like, what, are we talking about double payment here, or are we talking about
Well,
getting
with
that money?
the way the current MSDU is set up, the city does have the option to terminate that agreement. But we are required to give the county 1 year's notice on that.
Okay.
So, we'd have to look at the timings as to when we would be able to get our own MSTU in place and start collecting. How that gets split up is a little bit of a mystery to us. We've asked that question, and then we've worked with finance to try to work through that. And there's a lot of interfund transfers and other things going on with the county that we really had a hard time nailing it down. But we did get with EMS, and I believe in 2024, the MSTU revenues that went to the Lake County Fire and Rescue was about 2.2 to 2.3 million, out of the entire fund.
Right, and the way I understand it, the fire truck gets there between 6 and 8 minutes on a call.
Correct.
So then if we did have an ambulance in-house, that would be 6 to 8 minutes then. You'd be saving the cost of running, let's say, an engine or a truck.
Right.
Yeah.
Secondly is, my understanding was that 20% of the funding comes from the MSTU, and the other 80% comes in direct billing, is that correct?
It depends on the number of transport units that you have. It would probably would be the opposite with us if we only had 2 units on the road.
Right, but the evolution would be to have 6 units total.
But we need 6 additional to what was in place at the time we ran our study.
So then, funding-wise, we'd actually be getting 80% of our funding through billing when it's completed. Initially, it'll be costing, but at the end, then we'll be on a positive note.
Our estimates, based on county collections and our collection rate here in our area, a little on the conservative side, but we were figuring a number of $500,000 per ambulance per year.
So even if we were going into unincorporated, we'd be billing them.
Correct.
So even if we didn't get MSTU for that, we'd still be getting 80% of the billing then, which would be covering most of the cost.
It's definitely a revenue offset.
Right.
Are we just free-flowing here? Okay. That's a lot of numbers. To Councilwoman Strange's point, I certainly hope that we're not gonna wait until tomorrow or when we get our packet or later to get all this data. If these are numbers that we need to know and consider, I think we need to have that before we make this decision. And so I'm asking the city manager for that data, if it's not already included, to be included. Because I think that there's a lot of conversation going on here about 80%, 20%, and I'm hearing you say, well, yeah, when we get there, but what do we mean when we get there? What year is that? And I think there's different years being put out there that I want to see what the study actually says relative to what we could get with that. I think I just heard you say 500,000 per ambulance per
Correct.
year. Is that from day one, or is that year one, year
That's
three?
pretty much,
Yeah.
you know, as soon as we start billing and collecting,
And-
that's the revenue we would
yeah,
expect to
and-
generate.
And that would be helpful. I think also too, we're gonna need to know, I heard you mention something about pay for our own dispatch. I think it's important to understand what that entails as well in terms of staffing, costs, startup time.
When I said that, I was looking at, what we did is we looked at what the agreement is that our police department has with the sheriff's office. And they're paying $12 per resident per year, which comes out to 600,000. So what my anticipation would be, if we ended the MSTU and implemented our own, is that the Lake County Center that handles police and fire, or not police and fire, handles fire and EMS, they would want a similar agreement with us to be able to provide those dispatching services, since they would not be receiving the MSTU dollars directly.
So when you say do our own dispatch, not our own center per se,
Correct.
but funding our own
We're
dispatch like we
anticipating
do
having to
for
have a
PD.
contract with Lake County to provide those services.
Okay. With regard to the application, so if that gets approved, where does that go?
At that point, we can then apply to the state for an ALS license,
Okay.
and at which time we also have to get DEA licensing and a bunch of other things that have to take place, so.
Who decides ultimately if we get into the EMS ALS transport service?
If the county grants the COPCN council,
So if the county has to give us the ability to make that decision, right?
correct. They have to issue the certificate before we can proceed with anything else.
Right, and I think that's where I wanted to make sure I fully understood where we're at, because it's not as though if we vote next week, yes, that it actually happens.
There's no commitment.
The authorization actually would not occur until the county says you can have the authorization to do that, right?
Which, we still have to come back to council for all the approvals to, be able to move forward, do the funding and everything else.
So is the resolution next week asking for permission to ask the county to give us permission?
That's all we're
it
asking
is.
for.
Okay, so it's asking for permission to ask for
Ask for
permission.
permission.
Correct.
Okay. So, well, and I know it's more complicated than that, but I think to understand really where we are, because it's very easy for folks to understand and hear this and think the vote is actually X or Y when it's really Z. And I think it's important to understand.
I think it's a fair assumption, the county has not been in favor of us doing this, so there's a very strong likelihood that even though I believe we have a strong case, that we will get denied.
is
So
the
what
next
can we
step
do
after
if we,
that then?
yeah.
Well, yeah.
What can we do if we
That's-
get denied?
We'll have to get with our legal and take a look at, their process and our case and make a determination as to whether we think we have an appeal.
And
This-
An
this-
appeal
Was it
to,
Depends, yeah.
I'm sorry, an appeal to who?
I was
It
just
would-
about to ask that.
My understanding from talking with Christian, it would be very similar to having somebody come in to do a development project and then being denied, and then they basically, retain counsel and sue the city to say you didn't give me a fair shake.
So you're suggesting we would sue the county?
That's my understanding of how that would take place.
Christian's on deck.
Yes, he is. Here he is, hey.
Now, do we have like historical data from other cities that have done similar projects like we've done? My understanding was Venice had done a similar thing where their county didn't want to let it go, and then they had to in turn sue or whatever to accomplish that. And their initial thing was, it was costing, let's say, $1 million or so, but after a 4-year period, they were in a positive cash flow with that, with all the additional personnel and additional equipment and staffing that was required.
Yeah, we've had some very early conversations with, you know, with Venice, but we have not had a time to go down there and spend a lot of,
Right.
you know, basically do a field trip to talk with them in depth about their journey.
Christian, did he adequately or accurately state the process that we would sue the county if the county says no?
No, I have no idea if the city would do that. This is a hearing, so the COPCN procedure is, if the county is going to consider the city's application or petition fairly, it's got its own factors and guidelines and things that it has to base our application on. So just like anything else, if I go into court and I think I've proved 4 elements of something and the court denies me or the jury finds against me, even though I've proved it, I might appeal. I might, but not necessarily.
Sure.
So it's an option. Obviously, that has pros and cons, and I'm not trying to indicate in any way, shape, or form that I would recommend that right now or anything like that. Nonetheless, if for some reason the city wasn't treated fairly under its own code, and Lake County has its own code section for what it needs to do when dealing with a COPCN, then an appeal would be an option. That's all.
Have you analyzed this from a legal perspective as to the strength of the case that Clermont might have, according to the county's existing code?
Yes.
Can we get a written opinion on that to come with the packet from the fire department?
Let me hedge publicly on that, and the reason why is because I think I don't want to, if everyone moves forward with this and the city does apply, then I don't want to necessarily reveal the entire strategy beforehand. I think it might be important that I keep some cards to myself, but I can give a general review. I'm not trying to play games. It's just I've thought this through a couple steps, and
That makes sense.
I don't want to reveal
Show your
everything.
hand, yeah.
And I appreciate that. What I'm looking for is a sense of confidence that, one, this is in the best interest of the citizens of Clermont from an emergency and safety perspective. 2, this is in the best interest of the citizens of Clermont from a financial perspective. And 3, this isn't just an exercise. We actually have a high likelihood of being granted it, either because the county grants it under their current code, or because if the county chose not to, for any reason, that we have a legitimate legal case to be making this request that we can support in a court of law. Even if that doesn't mean putting all your cards on the table, I want to have comfort that I'm not just blowing smoke here.
The first 2 components, I think, are best determined by your staff.
Okay.
The third component of what you said, I can prepare and discuss with you. And any other member of the council who wants that discussion.
Yeah.
I would like all those 3 before we vote, and I'll be candid with you, I'm not so sure I can get there by Tuesday
I would agree.
of next week. Not that I don't want to get there with you, it's just, this is gonna be a lot of information to digest. And unless you already have this report ready, I'd still say, even if I got it today, I'm probably gonna say, can we do it the first meeting in May? And so I think what I would say to you is, I need 2 weeks from whenever I get that report myself. I don't know how everyone else feels.
I was already kind of thinking along those lines, that it
Okay.
would be good to push it out at least one more meeting, just so we have
Thank
time
you.
to digest everything. But, for us, there was a lot of unknowns, and what we were looking for today is really, what's the direction you're looking for us to go in? And what can we provide you to be able to make a informed
Yeah.
and comfortable decision?
So I've given him a list of direct billing, MSTU, where do we get revenue, what would the costs be? These are all in Scott's, I think. I need Scott to look it over as well, chief. The professionals report you already have. You said you did a 5-year call. I'm also looking 5 compared to 1 year, emergent versus non-emergent, in city versus in county, getting all these numbers summary report, what we're asking for, what is the process, 1 page, and then an assessment, a dispatch explanation, so that we have a complete report. Is there anything else that anyone hears that I've left off of this that we need to add to the list of what we're looking for in this report that we can think of?
Say one more time, Alan.
Yep, so revenues, direct billing and MSTU, expenses, what those would look like, looking over a timeline. If Scott listens to this, cash flow analysis, the professional report we already have, looking at calls the last 5 years, the last 1 year, emergent compared to non-emergent, city versus unincorporated, so all of those, and then an explanation of dispatch and what this process might look like.
Professional report, when did that come?
When did you get that?
We've had different revisions. I believe the most recent one was the 12th of this month.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so they just
So
got
we
it.
would need that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought I heard you say we got, and I wanted to make sure. I don't know that I have that. So
Sorry, he said he had
He's
it.
got,
has
yeah,
it.
okay,
Yes.
so these are, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
we've
haven't
been
Wanted to make sure,
providing,
wanted to make sure.
as we provide updated information to the consultants, they're rerunning the numbers to bring them up to date.
I think that's,
Can we
Now,
think
this
of
is the same
anything else?
consultant at Venice uses, or is it?
I don't know who they use.
Okay, we want a case study from Venice. Let's take a look at it.
Right.
I think that's a good idea.
But
Is
they-
there-
It'll be a similar thing.
Yeah, size of the city, what caused them to do it, if they're chief, I don't know, something, some sort of knowledge. Is there anyone else in the city, in the state that's similarly sized as us who's done this that we could look to for
I think
guidance?
Venice is probably the best one to compare to, just for the simple reason that, it's almost an identical situation what we're dealing with.
Is
They,
it?
they were not getting the service level that they wanted from the county, and their battle was a much longer process that I hope we don't have to go through what they went through. But, I've had conversations with their mayor down there, and, he's opted to hook us up with, their city manager, the fire chief, and everybody down there, but we've just been, just missing each other on emails.
So that would be helpful, I think.
yeah.
And I'll add, we had talked a couple meetings ago about the finances for fire stations 5, 6, McKinnon, and Lincoln Park, a financial 5-year plan. If we need to extend this to incorporate all of this together, I'm perfectly happy. I want to get this one right more than I want to expedite it, is where I'm coming from. So those could, I don't want you to do all this work and then me, it's May and I'm going, well, what's going to happen with Fire Station 6? And
Right.
have you feel blindsided. So I think these could potentially play in together, especially on the cash flow analysis.
Absolutely, that's one of the things we're looking at. I mean, I have the projects for Station 6 as well as transport
Yeah.
built out in our budgets, but if we do go through whatever mechanism, partnership with the county, we get our own independent system or whatever, it definitely reduces the lift on getting Station 6 open, because I would recommend that we open it with an ambulance. And that is about $4 million cheaper than doing it with an engine.
That's why I like it.
Can we, I don't know if the rest of the council has seen this before, but I know we've heard and talked about some sort of memo or agreement that exists that someone, I think, signed at some point about housing ambulances in
Oh, you're right.
fire stations. And I don't know that I've ever seen that to see what it actually says and when it was actually agreed upon and signed.
We have those. They were.
Can we get that?
From memory, that was 2010 when the agreements went into effect. There was an email or a letter from the fire chief, I believe in 2018, that I believe effectively removed the agreement for Station 3. The one that we still have in place is for Fire Station 2, which currently I don't have room for the crews that I have stationed there, much less than an ambulance.
So I think to his point,
Can
if we could
you
get that.
provide
in the
that? That's
agreement.
what
We can, yes.
Yeah, I think that'd be helpful. And I think the other piece that I've gotten a couple of questions on about that is, like, how do we say we have room for city of Clermont ambulances, but not county ambulances in these same fire stations?
Well-
And I think that's, I don't quite understand that yet, in terms of if we have space for a red ambulance, but not a red and gray ambulance.
We don't, we have to build it.
Well, but that's what I think we need to understand, is that adding 6 ambulances, well, we don't, I think there's an assumption that that just means they get slotted into existing stations. And I don't know that that's necessarily the case. So
Yeah.
I think it'd be helpful to understand if we were to do 6 ambulances or whatever it was that in year 1, year 2, year 3, where would they be housed in those years? Because we're not going to be able to build all new fire stations.
Yeah.
And so we'll be able to maybe wrap those into any future stations, but how do we incorporate that into potentially with the 4 that currently exist in the city? How do we house those if we can't
I think one of
house?
the things is that
them now.
when we have way more ambulance calls than fire calls. So we're not gonna need that equipment. So we're gonna be substituting an engine for an ambulance.
But I want to hear that
Same
from our
spot.
staff, is I don't think we've heard that. At least I don't have that information available to us, is that okay, so if we did this and we got this certificate at current Station 1, how would we provide EMS, ALS transport out of current Station 1?
Today, I can't do it.
Right, and I think that's what's helpful to
And
understand.
a lot of this is in the timing of what's gonna take place, because if we got a green light today to do this, it probably would take me until Q1 of 2027 to get an ambulance up and operating. So by that time frame, we've got Station 5 opened. The crews that I've got at Station 1 for overflow would be moved down to Station 5. I'd have room there to put an ambulance in that location. And by the time we had crews trained and ready for the second ambulance, we'd have the new Station 2 opened.
So I think it's almost like what I'm hearing is like a project management timeline
Correct.
of staffing, apparatus, and locations.
Exactly.
That maybe it's 3 and they overlap, but we kind of go through the different years and project out of how that would look in that way.
Exactly.
To understand the fuller picture of all
And
of
today,
that.
we could not do it.
Right, and that's what I think is helpful for us, but also the general public to understand.
It's a great plan. I mean, I'll never forget the day that we got the, what do you call what'd you build? What is
Oh,
that
yeah,
called?
the model.
The model, thank you. You know, when the model showed up, it's like,
Yeah.
yes, I see
Yes.
it now.
That was
So we
very
hear the
helpful
words, but, you know, I think
to see it.
to be able to see how that moves, I like charts. Heck, you could set this room up as a city, map and show the vehicles moving, it's fine with me. So I agree, so I've added that to the list. I'll give this list to.
And there, I'm sorry, one other thing, in that apparatus and conversation, how does the current ambulance we own wrap into all of that?
That would be,
Yeah.
that would be a good unit as a reserve.
And I think, yeah, to have that in that info would
Correct.
be helpful, to understand where it goes.
We could
where it
also
fits.
use it at like public events, like, we had the Jazz Fest last weekend. That would be a good piece of equipment to put down there.
To keep at the event?
Correct.
Okay.
Christian, are we missing anything?
Hey. Well, I think Ms. Strange put in her request just about everything I had down here for the budget, MSTU, unincorporated, concerned about unincorporated Clermont. You said something about we can terminate the MSTU. Is it that simple to just terminate the MSTU? We can just say we don't want the MSTU no more to the county?
We can terminate.
Okay, all right.
I mean, there's notice, there's a time period. We have to do it a certain amount of time, but as long as we comply with that, yes, it's my understanding we can terminate.
And then my other concern, as I've said, about dispatch as well, because right now, who's doing our dispatch?
Lake County.
Lake County. So if we terminate the MSTU and go now on service, we still gonna have to go through Lake County for dispatching.
And we're accounting for that. We do have a line item in there for the agreement with Lake County for dispatching services.
And another question here now, we saying we need 6 ambulances. I heard you say we can put 1 in Station 5 and 1 in Station 6. Where are the other 4 gonna be housed?
We're not looking to replace Lake County. We want to enhance what they're doing. If they make a commitment to leaving what they've stood up so far, I mean, adding 2 will basically take us to the 6 that we need. So, I mean, that's something we could take a look at as far as, and it's kind of the California model of how it's done. The municipalities provide a certain level of ambulance service, and it's backfilled with the counties to be able to provide a higher level of service. The thing that's good for us is it gives us control, it gives us more transparency over what we're providing to our public, and we're able to provide a better service here because we have a higher risk to our citizens here, just with the sheer volume of calls that we have compared to most other areas in Lake County.
And it's my understanding in Lake County right now, what they've done, we got our calls down, as you said, down to 10 minutes, and then on weekends, sometimes it's up to 14 is what they told me last week.
It depends on the time of day.
14,
You know, we've
15.
actually got charts on, you know, day of the week, time of day, and everything else as to when the volumes are up. But it really has to do with the volume, and even the non-emergency calls have an impact on that. If there's activity elsewhere in the county and they start pulling those units to those calls, that reduces the number that are available for our citizens. And anytime you have a drawdown on resources, you have an increased risk, and that translates into longer response times.
I'm trying to figure out how we gonna not charge the residents of Clermont double. Oh, well, we be charging them twice. If we still gonna have to pay Lake County, because you're not gonna get rid of this MSTU, if we still gonna have to have the county for ambulance, and we supplementing, so how we gonna pay for ours too without having to charge them additional?
You know, if you're talking about how we would handle Lake County, if we had a kind of a hybrid system where they have ambulances and we do as well, and we're charging an MSTU, it might be as simple as doing the same agreement that they offered us 6 months ago. You know, where they get a slice of the MSTU per the call, and then they get the bill for the service that they provide to the individual.
They put it in writing, and they just didn't follow through on what they put in writing. So we didn't produce it, they produced.
Well, yeah, well, because, I mean, I don't see them still providing us full ambulance down here without collecting that MSTU.
Oh,
Yeah,
sure.
and then, of course, we gonna, how we pay for our two, okay, in addition to the MSTU, we have to somewhat charge higher rates, I guess, ourselves,
They were gonna give a portion of that back, Mr. Mayor.
okay.
That's what they suggested to us from their end. So if they go back to their first agreement, which we all work together, then they're getting the MSTU and they're paying us for service calls.
But how much, anybody got a figure on how much we paying in the MSTU right now?
I believe the number's up to 2.9 million.
2.9 million, okay. And that's for unlimited ambulance for the county, and of course, I understand the county is also getting ready to put 2 more ambulances down here, looking to put 2 more ambulances, which would give them 6. And I see we still trying to, trying to reinvent this wheel here, you know, and I guess I'm concerned because I was here when we had them ourselves. We did our own service.
We've never had ambulance service.
We had ambulance service here long before you were here, Chief. We used to house one in station number 1, we had one in station number 2, and one in station number 3. We used to have 3 ambulances
But
before
those were under Lake Sumter or Lake County.
Yeah.
So
Well,
we
we-
did have them in the stations, but they were not
They
Clermont.
It was
units.
all coming through here, and we took them out because we didn't have room for them and everything, and went to county alone. And I'll say this again, I disagreed with it at the time. Okay, along with the police, we took our police dispatch and all that, we took it all out at one time and put it up in the county. I did not like it, and the service in the beginning was horrible, to be honest with you. It was horrible. But it took us some growing pain, took us a year or two to get it down. Even the police, when you got a call for an accident on, say, Hancock, our police and dispatch was all confused because they didn't know whether to send county or to send city, because you got city and county.
That's not the case now.
Well, we worked through these issues. We worked through all of them, but that's what I mean. During them time, we had to work through a lot of that kind of stuff in the dispatch. We lost jobs and everything else down here from that. And I'm just saying, if we went through that then and all, and we coming back now, we talking about 6 ambulances when we had 3 down here before, when the city was a little bit smaller and we was having trouble. The 6 is gonna really be enough for us.
Well, based on the 2025 data that we ran, yes. But that's something we got to monitor that over time as we continue to grow and there's more populations. I mean, and eventually, yeah, you're going to have to add. And that's one of the reasons we're here is that, you know, we want to be proactive in how we take care of our community. And we look at what the county has done over the last decade. The county has grown by 42%. We've grown by 58% here in Clermont. And it wasn't until January that the county finally added a new ambulance to the system. So for 10 years, we went without adding while all this growth is happening. And it really took us going to the county to say, you know, we need to do something. And we're ready to step in.
Well, we wasn't the only one complaining about that. All the cities was complaining, not only this county, but all the counties was complaining because in the last couple of years, and that's where I feel like the data we're gonna get, it's not gonna be true data because COVID came along and it created a lot of the problem we had with the ambulance service because They lost a lot of personnel. We couldn't get people on there. I know the county was borrowing people from other counties to try to man our ambulance and all this stuff. So we worked through all that. Now we're coming back online, see?
What
So,
happened
yeah,
during
that drove up,
we-
up response times as well.
Yeah, initially during COVID, we saw a decrease in call volume. People just didn't want to go to the hospital. They didn't want to.
Well, they were too afraid to go to the hospital.
Well,
Yeah.
what happened there is the county reduced down to 16 ambulances because they were having less demand. And then when the Delta wave hit and the call volume spiked, they didn't have near enough ambulances to
Right.
handle the calls, and we were sometimes waiting an hour or longer for an ambulance to arrive, and that's when they called in the teams from
Well,
outside.
not only us, but not only Lake County, and we was having to borrow people from Sumter County and all these other counties to man our ambulance, and that was going on all throughout the state. You know, Seminole County, everybody had the same problem because of COVID. They
Yeah.
lost a lot of personnel and everything too.
Well, you know, and interesting, during that time, I talked with the fire chief over at Lake County, and I offered to him, after talking with the city manager's office, that if they would provide us a box, we would put it on the road. And they declined the offer.
Mr. Mayor, are you opposed to us continuing to investigate getting our own?
No, and well, one of the other question I wrote here is the fact that, I don't wanna see us, if we're gonna do it, we need to go out on our own. We don't need to be trying to do Lake County and Clermont.
I see.
Okay, all right, cause in that way, I'm sorry, but I don't think you're gonna get rid of the MSTU if you still gonna have to have the county provide an ambulance for you. They're not gonna get rid of it.
So you're thinking that we don't want to do a joint agreement, we would rather, if we're gonna
you're
do it,
gonna
do it all the
You do it
way?
on your own, and then, of course, my other question is, do we wanna worry about trying to put these ambulances in the fire station, or do we just build a hub for the ambulance?
Got it.
Because you're not gonna have room for 6 ambulances. If you're gonna do it, you may well break away from the county altogether.
So
Now, how you
how
gonna fund it, I don't know.
do we feel about adding to this, Chief, option one, a joint agreement with the county, what that would look like, and option two, if we just do it internally, so that we can consider two pathways. I realize I'm adding to your plate, but I think that the mayor makes a valid point, and if we can see, okay, the county gave us a hybrid option, but I can get behind, hey, Clermont just needs to do this. I think seeing it both ways might be helpful for not only us, but also the county.
Yeah.
It might be helpful for you and your team. Is
Yeah,
that,
the county agreement for us to operate under the license, to be honest, I mean, that would have been a very light lift for us as far as getting into the ambulance service. There's a lot of things that we wouldn't have to take on. We were actually in favor of doing that. It's just the problem is that the offer that they made required us to fully integrate into their system to where, you know, a Clermont ambulance could be stuck up in North County the entire shift.
so I'm hearing you say, when we start talking about the COCPN, what we're talking about is, on one hand, operating under the county's license, which is what might be the hybrid, and on the other hand, operating our own
Having our own,
license,
correct.
which is a heavier lift. So I think the mayor makes valid points, and if you're willing, and if everyone else is on board, I mean, this would be adding quite a bit to the reporting stage, but I think at least looking at it from a financial perspective, seeing both versions would be helpful.
Right, I think one of the things, you know, the question is where are you gonna house ambulances? And I know like there's place, you don't need a firehouse to house the ambulance. You could have smaller facilities, like, you know, that you could just have an ambulance and a crew, because we're gonna have the additional crew too, correct? So this way you could have like, you know, a place that could house 2 ambulances, another place, as the city's growing, especially along this way, you know, we'd have addition, you know, so the ambulance don't have to be housed in a firehouse, because you're gonna have additional crew for the ambulance, the paramedics and the dispatchers.
And it's
in-house.
part of what we've looked at is if we did get into transport, that some of these gaps that we've got going on in the city, that we could utilize the ambulances to increase the level of service in those areas. Like, you know, Station 6 would be a fantastic example. If we could put an ambulance up there. You know, we've had some very early discussions with Parks and Rec about, you know, looking at doing something over by the Lake Felter Park area, McKinnon Groves. When Station 5 gets built, there'll be room in there for 2 apparatus plus an ambulance. So, you know, as we build things going forward, we're gonna create that room and allow for that type of growth.
So are we good with, so we've added to the list of what's in the new binder, option one and option two? Are we good with that?
I am.
I would like to see it. I know I'm asking you to do more work. I'm sorry.
We might push out the late
We might push out till the end.
It's gonna
To
take a
get
while.
it done, to get it
We'll take a
done.
look at it. Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
I really want everyone to feel comfortable with what we're doing and to
Okay.
understand the options and
I'm sorry
and
to
what's
add
out
it
there.
on.
Well, that's our job, is to provide that information so that you can make those decisions.
Does that work for you, Brian?
Yeah, well,
And
what I don't want to happen is whenever we get to a point where we make a decision, that we just keep going back and forth from that decision.
Agreed.
And so if
Agreed.
it takes getting a fuller picture now of an option one, option two, and all the details of those options so that we can digest it, talk about it, ask questions, deliberate on it, take it to the public, come back and we take a vote, and that's where we're moving.
Yep,
I'd much
Agreed.
rather take that time to do that and do that,
I agree.
regardless of how any of us vote.
Yeah.
I'd rather take that time to do that up
I
front.
agree wholeheartedly.
let's throw another thing in there, like I just asked, do we need to, if we're gonna do all this, do we need to build a hub for ambulance?
Mayor, I don't think so.
If we go out on our own.
I don't believe so. I like the distributed model. It helps us with our response packages. Our plan is to stick with dual certified
Well, but I'm
personnel
saying
in
that,
those
well,
ambulances.
right now, you're telling me we don't have room in, ambulance, in, station to house ambulance. So if we end up breaking out on our own, do we need to have just create a hub where we house them all at one location and everything?
Well, going back to the project management timeline, is we build this system out, if we go forward with it, we'll have the room.
Okay.
And just so we say it out loud, I don't know that option one is an option.
Okay.
What's that?
The hybrid.
Right.
Yeah,
Because
right.
they proposed that to us and then took it back
Back.
Oh,
when we went for the meeting to discuss it.
Right.
okay, so
And
that's not
so
even,
we can do that. I just want to make sure everybody understands that may not even be on
Well,
the table.
that's why I'm a little concerned why you either, the way I see it and the way I'm hearing things happening, we gonna either have to break out our own or we gonna have to stay with the county, okay?
That's really the two options.
See, and if we do, because if we did the hybrid, where we did this, it's gonna end up costing our taxpayer twice.
They were going to pay us though,
Yeah.
from the MSTU money
Yeah, but
to service.
hey, well, okay, MSTU, right now, you just tell me we give them, they collecting $2.9 million from MSTU. How much we estimate it's gonna cost us to operate two ambulances with man and everything, 3.6 million.
This gentleman behind you can tell
See,
you if you want.
I mean, those are the numbers that was thrown out before, 3.6 million for two ambulances for us to operate. We only giving the county 2.9 right now.
Well, that's not counting the revenue offset.
Okay.
You
So
know,
this 80% is
Okay.
gonna be coming from billing.
in our numbers, what we were looking at, I mean, the number is actually closer to 4 million when we're factoring in the dispatch services. But we're estimating about 3 million in revenue offset if we had the MSTU in place. You would have the money from the MSTU, then you would also have the revenues collected from the
So we-
ambulance unit, so your net out of pocket would be about $1 million a year.
About $1 million, okay. See what I'm saying? Somewhere the taxpayer gonna have to to get that million a year to make up that difference from the MSTU and what we get. Taxpayer gonna have to pay it from somewhere.
Well, by contrast, for Station 6, total cost to get that station up and running, first year's salaries is gonna be close to 5 million, and then ongoing costs for personnel, equipment, maintenance, and all the other things is gonna be about 2.2 million a year. So if you started it up with an ambulance to start with, and, there is a lower call volume there, it is a much lighter lift for the city to get services in that area.
Yeah. I think she gave you a list. I guess you writing it out for you, Miss Strange. Are you writing that out for you?
I am.
Everything of all this stuff, but, most of the things she had, I had written down here myself.
We have about 90% of everything that's been asked for. We just need to put it together and assemble the packet.
And I'm going with Mr. Bain here. I don't think, I'm not in that big of a rush to get it back to me until we get it all together and everything, so we can take a look at it all and get with Dennis and whoever and everything, so.
And we're just asking for direction on it. We need to know whether we're doing it or not doing it. We're fine with a yes or a no. We recommend a yes. We actually think it's in our best interest to have that COPCN under, our roof. Because I don't know what's going to happen with those units in the future that the county is providing. 'Cause I'm already hearing from other places that they're starting to ask, why is Clermont getting ambulances and we're not? So I don't know if those are gonna get redistributed to other areas for them to provide a more uniform service across the county,
Well-
which is what they should be doing. But I don't think a
need to
uniform
prepare.
service for Lake County makes sense for the service level that's needed in Clermont.
But I'm hearing also at the county, at the same time, people in the county telling me looking to put 2 more ambulance down here. Not take anything away. They looking to get us up to 6.
Mr. Mayor, who can we talk to about that? Because I don't know about that, and I don't think Chief does. So you're hearing about 6
Well, it's just
and
like,
nobody
well,
else?
I don't know. This is the rumor I'm hearing about, and I feel like none of us knew they were putting the other 4 in here, right? Until it happened.
They told us.
Well.
I don't know anything about 6, and I met with the county manager on Monday. So
Well, I
just
was
for
in-
communication, I'd like to call somebody and say, this is exciting, please tell me more about it. But if you're I'm just asking respectfully, if you could tell us who's saying that, I'll make a call today or
Go talk to your chief
tomorrow.
up there and see if they'll tell you what's going on. I know at my last luncheon, at the Heartland luncheon, one of the chiefs came to me and said to me, we got 4, and that's who told me we was down to 10-minute call, 14 on the weekends and stuff, and all, and they still looking to do 2 more.
The Lake County EMS chief came to you?
One of the chiefs and everything.
I'm going to add a case study that didn't work. I would like to see one that worked, Venice, and also one that didn't work, so we know what to avoid. 1 page is fine. I don't need, I don't know, he knows, he's the expert.
He knows everything.
He knows,
I'd have to dig on that one.
we're trusting him with our life, he can find one. Yeah, so if you can find one that they thought it would work and then it didn't work, what went wrong, could be us. Could be what we did in the past, if we had it in the past, so.
And let me say that my understanding, these agreements can take a long time too.
They can.
They can take,
It-
I've heard some of them take up to 2 to 3 years to get approved. I've heard. Sometimes
Venice's-
they can get them quicker, but I've heard some of them take quite a while. How long did Venice go?
2 decades,
2 decades.
2 decades.
For Venice, yeah, it can take a while. Okay.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Yes,
They started
That's what
in-
2 decades means.
You
You've lived
Well,
enough
you gotta remember, keep in mind that you submitting this request to the county. And the county has to make the decision. They can prolong it long as they want, okay?
There's been a number of fights over the years between, municipalities,
ways
and
to
special districts and counties.
That's
I
our
don't know what
job.
happened in Venice's case.
That's our job.
So, and I just said that to say, hey, we still need to be, as far as I'm concerned, we still need to be putting pressure on the county to get the service we want. Because we can be waiting a while to get everything done, okay?
We could be doing both at the same time.
Well, I didn't say we couldn't. I said we still need to put them on there while you're going through this because it may take some time to do
Well,
it.
we all good, so we can move on.
Okay.
I'm good. Thank you, chief.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Chief.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
the opportunity.
All right. If somebody need a break, we can bring, planning and zoning to the table.
Be great. They've been here for 3 hours.
How you doing, sir? Good to see you. Man, I haven't been able to join y'all and holler nothing lately. Man, I missed 2 breakfasts.
Yeah, it's your name.
I was in emergency, and then last Friday I was down in the conference down in Tampa. I'm like, wait a minute, I done paid my money for the conference again, for the lunch. I am back over there again?
Yep. Sometimes both. but-
around. So I'm going, well, what if we got together and we all shared, this is not a sharing, this is like a, you know, if we all share what's going through our heads when we're looking at these projects, so that we can come to an agreement on what standards we're using, not only for our benefit, because I often, by the time it gets to me, it's already gone through a whole process, and I might go, well, was this question ever asked, or did this matter? And no one, I didn't ask it, so no one knew to ask it. So I think if we talk about what it is that we're using individually and then collectively to measure these projects and whether they're capital G good for the city, then not only do we have an agreement as commissioners and council members, but also then staff knows what we're gonna use and the applicant knows what to use. So from the day that they turn in their application or pick up their application, they know, oh, these are some standards, and specifically I'm referring to rezoning and CUPs. So this is when somebody's coming and saying, I want special treatment. And we're saying, well, what makes you special? You know, and I think it's fair for us to say that up front. This is what we consider to be special. And so if you check these boxes, you're likely to have an easier application process. If you don't check these boxes, you're probably not gonna have a very easy application process. But that was why I was hoping we could get together, and I literally was thinking, can we just go through the list and start identifying what standards we're using and being specific, like not just safety, but actually saying, okay, what does safe mean? Does it mean I can safely drive my car? Does it mean I can safely drive my golf cart? Does it mean I as an adult can safely cross the road? Or does it mean I as an adult can sit with my friend while my 8-year-old son runs around with his friends in front of me without, for example, getting hit by a car? So what does that mean when we say safety? If we say comfortable, well, what does that mean? Is that comfortable for vehicles or is it comfortable for humans? So thinking along those lines, and I've talked to most, I think well, obviously not council members, but I've talked to many members of P&Z and the goal to help streamline this. So that's where I'm coming from. Thank you for being here. Who's the current chair on P&Z?
Dave.
Would you mind leading?
Let me,
Oh,
oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry,
Go
you
ahead.
done?
No, go ahead.
Okay, let me see, you've mentioned, what standards and everything we use. Standards is governed by our directive, our ordinance, our comprehensive, all our ordinance and everything, govern what we're supposed to be basing our decision upon, okay? P&Z has a specific duty, and then the council has a specific duty. I asked Mr. Ward to go and do some training, and we've done this before in council, board, P&Z, before we had these joint meetings before in training. To train and make sure we understand what each one, what their responsibility for on P&Z, okay? Same thing with the city council. When I sit up there, I know what the rules are, what they bring to us, and that's what I make my decision based upon. So I don't think there's no confusion, we shouldn't have any confusion about what goals or what standards we're using to make our decision. But that's one of the problems, and one of the complaints I'm getting is the fact that we're not playing by the rules, and we're going outside our realms and everything. And that's why I asked Mr. Ward to go down before to do some training and everything to make sure we all understand what our roles are. Okay, everybody know what their roles are. And with the complaints I was getting, and yeah, that's why I came back with the magistrate and everything, because I was just getting too many complaints about we stepping outside our box, okay, on P&Z, and sometime even here on the council and all. And even after the training, and they say I've done training before, and then we did it again, and told Mr. Ward, well, we do it, we gonna have to come up with something, because we can't keep having the city have a black eye like we were having. And the conversations and the noise I keep hearing from developers and everybody else don't want to come to Clermont and do anything because of the treatment they was getting at P&Z.
And I hear that, and that's why I'm hoping that we can help move it forward
Yeah,
today.
and well, yeah.
And I'll add to that, I'm coachable. What was the last element? There's a list of things, the standards. The last standard is, to me, it's vague or ambiguous. What is it? It's the one that we're getting kind of caught up in.
Oh, well, so when we consider, well, It happens in two different ways, but
Okay.
look, by and large, we at P and Z and your city council have two types of quasi judicial things we deal with. One is the conditional use permits, and the other is the zoning, okay? The zoning, rezoning. Now, when we look at the factors of the conditional use permit, there's 4 primary factors. But in assessing the third factor, there's another code section that has a list of 7 things that they have to consider. And so I think that's where the rubber hits the road, and specifically what I'm talking about is 101-212, subsection C, 3. Actually, let's just say 101-212 sub C, okay? And that lists the 4 criteria. But then subsection D says, here's some specific standards that you use when interpreting the 4 requirements above. It doesn't say how to, it just says density, it says compatibility, it says transportation, utilities, stormwater, site planning. And then in site planning, there's 8 different things. Finally, there's solid waste disposal. So we had a hearing recently where Mr. Crawford, Mr. Nemec asked a question about, I think, some solid waste disposal, and Mr. Crawford said, is this really what we're here for? And I had to say, well, whether it is or we're not, it's actually a factor in our code to look at.
Right.
So anyways, there's a lot of flexibility for what P&Z can consider based on these criteria. It gives a lot of discretion.
And so what I'm looking for is, there's 7 people on P and Z, there's 5 people on council, so 12 different people with 12 different lenses. If we can identify collectively for the piece of staff and applicants and each other and the community, what is important? What is it, when someone comes, what are you looking at to say, this meets this criteria in my mind? And so I'm thinking we get these on a list, we start going, and we hash out, okay, yes, we all agree on that one. Or maybe that's just one person, or maybe it's a valid point, but that's what I was hoping to do today.
I love the idea, what you brought up of maybe having a scorecard.
Yeah.
Having something that's of value, and this is my 9th year being on the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I could probably be checked out by a mental doctor for that, but trying to add value. So we're always trying to add value, and at times over the last 9 years, there's times when you feel like you're of great value to the council, and then there's times where you feel that you're not providing any value at all, and you vote either unanimously for or against, and they vote so sometimes you don't feel that there's any connection. But I think at the end of the day, everybody on the commission spends a lot of time and effort. We go over this stuff. We have lengthy meetings, and I think that we all feel like we want to provide value to the process. And so I thank you for this opportunity to come together, because we go through all this, and in a month time we could spend 10 or more hours just preparing for this one meeting and having the discussion, and we want to feel that we're providing some information that's going to add value in the process. So I think there's a lot of vetting that goes on. There's some information that comes out. Oftentimes it prompts the applicant to actually change things and make a little bit better projects. So I think that the more we can know, what the council is looking for and provide something of value. So I love that scorecard idea. So if on certain criteria, if we feel that, we can even give you individual ratings, that this is how each of us feel, and give you, some context, because, at the end of the day, when we're just voting, 5-0 or 3, whatever, it's like, it doesn't really give you a huge feel for where we are. So I value the opportunity for us to interact, maybe come up with some of those things, and I respect all the members of the commission I serve on. Some of them spend an incredible. I try to spend some time doing this. I'm somewhat limited on how much time I can put into it, and some of the members of the commission spend a lot more time than I do going over this on a monthly basis. So.
And I think a further value I'll add so that we all realize, to your point, bringing up the value is, I would love that from this meeting, if we could take these criteria and send them over to DPZ. Because yes, they're the experts, but they serve us. And this is a group of people who dedicate so much time and talent and passion for this city that I think this is also an opportunity for us as community leaders to be able to say to the consultant, these are the things that we value in a new project that's coming forward. So it's twofold. One is hopefully we come up with a process, but then also I think it becomes a communication tool for our consultant.
Well, Mr. Ward, correct me if I'm wrong. We're trying to send that to DPZ, what we value when we have a ordinance and a set of codes that everybody can play by. Isn't that all we have to do? Isn't that DPZ, that's what they have to look at, because that's what our guidelines say. When a person coming here to develop, for a project, they go by what we have on the books, right?
But they're rewriting the book.
Huh?
They're rewriting the book.
Oh, well, they ask for variances and everything else, but they have to fall within the standards that we have laid out in our codes.
I'm
and
not
ordinance.
sure, but I think what Councilmember Strange is saying is that, because I have no idea where DPZ is at myself. I don't know at what point they are, but they might rewrite all the factors.
Yeah.
Is that what you're
Yeah,
talking
that's
about?
what I'm saying.
I don't know. So, I mean, did they meet with all of you
So
individually?
we need to sit down and wait to see, well, I guess you
I
can't
don't know.
give them
I
some
don't know.
standards on what you expect in there, but
Have they met with the P and Z members?
I think
Oh.
the only time we participated was through
Yeah.
Charette,
They have
So I have a question, and I may be totally off, but if there is a list already, as you said, the scorecard, should not staff have that scorecard before they bring that information to us, that they have reviewed it to ensure that it meets those standards? Right?
That's the goal. We don't have one now.
We
How
don't,
did
don't
that
have a
happen? He said
scorecard.
it's listed in,
We have requirements, but.
we have requirements, but not a scorecard.
you have a requirement in
In the
your
code.
ordinance and everything that
But
they
it's
have
not a
to, and when
scorecard.
staff bring, you're right, when the staff bring it to you, staff will go
have
through all
looked at it to
that.
make sure it
Yeah,
meets the
yeah, yeah,
requirements.
staff
And that's
has
why
gone
they
through
give you their
requirements.
recommendation.
That's-
They've taken a
okay.
look of all these things, but when they ask for variance and everything, they make sure everything is,
Exactly, our recommendation is based
Yeah.
off of those standards
All
that are
the
in the
standards.
code. So
Right.
that when we
This is-
tell you approval or recommend denial, that's based on,
that you've gone through.
yeah.
yes.
So our scorecard would then be questioning your expertise on whether you follow those standards or not?
It does, yeah. I mean,
Kurt,
it
why don't you come
does.
sit with me?
Yeah.
Like with the variances, when they get a variance in the city council, you know, there's like 5 factors, and it's gotta hit all 5
Right.
theoretically. And so in the staff report, they always say what they think it scores and what it doesn't.
Right.
For example, but city council can override.
Yeah, well,
And
Right,
that's
I
why you're
understand
there.
that, I understand
And
that.
there's been times that we've gone against what they've said, for instance, the parking.
agree.
There was a parking situation with the office that we had, the little office that was off of
That was gonna be the house.
the house.
The house
So
turned to the
because we
doctor's
had a
office.
parking issue, and then, you know, there was the other thing that came up that you brought up a good point, which was the church and bringing up more trees, but there was an issue there with, if we put trees on the property, they wouldn't be allowed to come up with the parking requirements. So there were some, you know, issues on that. So there's been times where we've questioned their stuff.
And that's the
I-
role.
I just don't want us to get in a
'Cause that is
position
our role, yeah.
where it becomes an opinion, right?
That's the
You
goal.
may have a different than me, and how do I base mine against yours and against the chair, and where do we end up? It seems like we would still be in the same situation to where everyone has their own opinion.
But
And-
we could do a scorecard
Maybe a
that would show how
Uniform,
everybody
yeah.
voted.
Uniform.
So-
And
so
why
they-
they voted that way?
So I don't know how much detail you want to get into the scorecard, but you could have a scorecard system where it would show your opinion on each of these, and see what each commissioner felt about it.
And then council would know why we did what we did. Okay.
So
That's what I'm thinking.
I've taken a stab at this, trying, because Alice and I spent an inordinate amount of time discussing this. And I agree in principle, and knowing that we have 101, 212C to be a starting point. But simple, and I'll give you an example of where I envision it going, because I'm the end user presenting to you, is, I'll give one example. I've got 10 items on a list here. Policy alignment, comprehensive plan. So under that, it says, consistent with the future land use map, advances the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan, supports Claremont's intended growth pattern, targeted, not reactive. Under that, it either meets those criteria, meets with conditions, or does not meet it. I'm sitting up there and I'm like, I listened to this, status. So also I'll say, I'm assuming that I'm going to say yes almost every time because staff has done their job. I'm assuming that I'm here to, and I've shared this with Kurt many times out of the meeting. I ask my questions almost specifically to ensure that for the record, staff has done their job, for the record. For the record, we have an opportunity to vet these things out. But back to what I was originally saying, meets with conditions, does not meet, and a little place for notes under that. At the end of the day, 10 of these things, whatever 10 they turn out to be, or whatever number it turns out to be, we can say we support this with conditions, we deny it, or we request revisions, but we've got different things. We can all sit up there and just sit there and go, checks this off. I hand it to Chair Colby when it's all done. He hands it to Ray when we're done, and she can compile these notes. Chair, you're providing a synopsis for the council now, right? So you hand this in, it's got I can write on here, I am absolutely dead set against this at the bottom, pass this on. You guys see our comments. I know most of you watch a lot of this on the TV and so on, but this would give you an unfiltered.
I think it's another level of information. So it used to just be the minutes and recording, right? And then when Brian was the chair, came up with doing a report, so we're doing but this is even a further explanation and a closer connection, I think.
Well, and also not just the end, it's also the beginning. It's what standards are we using? So that we don't get into the personal opinions. It's more, the purpose of this is to say, okay, we have opinions. So I heard trees come up, for example.
Trees.
And this
come
might
up.
sound silly,
Trees
but
come
like,
up.
Walkability.
but
We know
why
you
are
want
trees
walkability.
important?
Every time you're going to
Right?
ask
And
walkability.
that might sound like a silly question, but really, why are they important?
Well, it's just like solid waste is important too. I mean, Vinny brings that up all the time, and it is important because of the way people, the trucks driving in and driving out, we had an issue with the property.
So when are trees important? Why are they important? And understanding what's going on in our heads, because sometimes I think we jump to, this is the conclusion, but we're not having a conversation about why that thing is important. Because some projects that come before us are gonna be like the industrial project, okay? Some are gonna be neighborhoods. And I would suggest on the comprehensive plan and alignment, perhaps we say, is it consistent with the plans for that neighborhood?
Hopefully, we
Because
can
when
get there.
Clermont's now 26 square miles, and what's good in one neighborhood may not be good in another. And if we're not starting at the beginning and saying, hey, and do we want to, or am I putting my stuff on you? Do we want to say, where is this project in the scheme of the planning? Is this close to a town center? Is this in a suburb? Are we trying to get more churches here? Are we trying to get more grocery stores here? Are we trying to get more jobs here? What is our vision? And I think that if we continue to say Clermont is one place, I think we're really missing the fact that Clermont is divided by 5027 and Wellness Way. And Wellness Way doesn't have any jobs, it doesn't have any parks, it doesn't have any commercial at all. Every neighborhood is different. So I would say, what are we looking for? When we're saying, is it compatible with the comprehensive plan for that neighborhood, I think.
Exactly.
I mean, what it says right now is, because I have it in front of me. Every time I vote, this is what, number one, will not adversely affect the official adopted comp plan of the city. It's not
Right.
the neighborhood, it's the city.
Yeah.
Then number two, such use will not be detrimental to what you were talking about, health, safety, or general welfare of persons residing or working in the city. Number three is the use will comply with the current regulations, conditions specific to our codes. Again, going back to our standards, because those are our codes that the mayor had said, we have to be strict to that. And then the proposed use may be considered desirable at the particular location. The desirable part is that's where we all come in and start asking the question, is that desirable? And you give it to city attorney, he always throws it in our face, and I'm always consistently looking at this. But the number 4 is the one that always hits me. Is it desirable at a particular, and that's where I think that's where we have to look, based on if it's in a specific parcel, is it gonna be, you know, is it gonna be too much traffic on a street that we know is kind of like more of a one-lane street versus a two-lane street, you know, those things come up. So we try to bring that stuff up.
Yeah. So how do we know what we desire?
Well,
But that's the thing, I just,
that's
you
the
know.
thing, is that's gonna always be the toughest one, and that's where the tough decisions come in. What's desirable, and that's gonna depend upon
Right, what's,
your feedback from your residents out there.
Right.
What they want in the community, because one of the things, I love what you just said, and to go back, our comprehensive plan is written for the city, not for communities, okay?
Right.
That's correct.
And everything, you can't base, you know, these things on a comprehensive plan, because we don't have a comprehensive plan for every community, we have it for the city. So everything has to be based upon that comprehensive plan. Now, you go back to the land use code, which we used to have, and I guess we still got a pretty good one. I lost track of the land use code provision that we had years ago when I fell out with a couple of people because when they made it so you can just go and change the land use with 3 votes on the council, okay? And that's what we do all the time when we're asking for variances and everything like that. So, but the hard part is it desirable? Because that's
Right.
where we get the feedback from the people. Do they want this in their neighborhood and everything? But my question is, when I sit there and look at things myself, does it check all the squares in our codes? Are
right,
we-
but we're rewriting our codes,
And
right?
of course,
So,
then yes,
so
it
that
would-
could be a change.
Yeah, and that's when I go back to looking at what staff had to say, because they do the due diligence of going out there and making sure all that is done. And I find it very hard sometimes, usually when staff say they recommend denial, that's first thing I'm looking at, is if we deny this, is there any way they can come back and sue us, or did we make sure everything was taken care of, that if we deny it, that we can't get sued? Okay.
Are we allowed by law to require a certain number of neighbors to give us feedback in order for a project to
No.
move forward?
No, and which is something else I would like to, while you thinking about why you got that, and I'm thinking about it, which I think I mentioned to Kirk before, I would like to see our notification to surrounding neighbors and property go a little bit further than the 100 or 200 feet we have right now. I mean, we gonna do something, we finna do something in this community, we only notify 2 or 3 houses around the area.
That's, Mayor, that's
You're in
coming
luck.
up very soon.
Okay.
Right, but
see,
can we also, can there
So
also
that,
be,
needed, well, I just wanna throw that out there while I'm thinking about it, she made me remind me of that, and something I've been
Someone
meaning to
else
talk to
to
you about
weigh
it for.
in?
I have a very important question, and I'm sorry, what till you get done, Your Honor?
But like I say, it goes back to the comprehensive plan and making that tough decision. That's where I rely on staff, because I think our staff do a fantastic job of going out and vetting all these projects. And I really look at their recommendation, and when they tell me they deny something, I get a little skeptical about it, and I don't want to go against their judgment, because I think they've done that, and they know the rules better than I do. I'll put it that way. And so I'm relying on expertise. Then I go back and I may question them sometime on, okay, will we be in trouble? Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'll come back to you, John.
I hate going backwards, but by the time I wanted to jump into the conversation, we went 2 levels ahead. We were asked to compose a list of what we.
I asked.
Okay,
I'll be accountable for that.
okay, thank you for coming out by saying that, but I thought it was a great idea. All right, and I'll bet you if you listen to all the lists, majority of us have the same exact thoughts in mind. But there's some on my list that
What list? Because I'm not aware of that list.
I
What is,
asked
the
her
what is the actual list you were asked to
She gave us
create?
homework.
okay, maybe you should ask Ms. Strange, because I don't want to
I-
mess it up.
Well, you brought it up, I'm just asking you, what is the list that you were asked to provide?
Okay, I have a list, I was asked to provide a list of what I feel is important to planning and zoning.
Okay, thank
Where we
you,
base our decisions.
thank you.
Or was that asked to all the planning and zoning members?
She spoke to us individually.
Individually,
If
it
we were
wasn't
gonna come up with
together.
a scorecard, what are the things that we would want to see?
Okay, so on my list, I'm not gonna read you the whole thing until I'm asked to. I have something called consistency. Okay? Now, you were sitting at that, with me at that meeting. Kurt was at that meeting. And that's it. This was like around 5, 6 years ago. We had that meeting with City Manager Boltice. And we had a consultant sit right up there, and she turned around to us. And I was told, even at the planning and zoning training by Manager Boltice, that we do not have to say how we voted with a yay or a nay.
You don't.
Am I right or wrong?
You don't. My understanding, you don't
So.
you don't even have to give an explanation why you voted the way. You can just say, hey, vote yay, nay,
Thank you,
and
Your
go on
Honor.
about your business, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry, I was speaking.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we just went around with the scorecards and putting this, and then my fellow commissioner says, I have no problem. Oh, that's you. That's my right not to vote and tell them how I vote. All right? I'm not arguing with you because we never had any animosity up on that stage with 7 of us on stage. Okay? So I'm just a little confused. So if somebody could rectify this to me, because I was trained at 2 meetings, 2 different training sessions on not exposing the way we voted by a city manager and a private consultant. So that's what I mean about consistency, and that's one of my top things on this list.
So it comes to us, it'll say how many voted, 5-0, 6-0.
They just say 5-0, count, P and Z voted 5-2, 5-1, whatever the vote is.
Do they
Not
vote
how
privately?
each, it doesn't tell us how each member voted.
But it is
Yeah, and we don't, if we're not comfortable
Oh,
with
it's
that, but
recorded
it's
how we
recorded,
voted. I'm
yeah.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's
It's
okay.
recorded how we voted, but it didn't state why we voted for that. If I'm right, Kirk, please help
That's
me
right,
out.
that's what was given to you, yeah.
And that's-
There are reasons, because that could possibly come back on them later.
Right, and that's one of the reasons I know,
Thank
you started requesting that maybe we get a report from P and Z and everything. I never said anything, but I wasn't too interested in it because even though I can sit there and when you tell me they voted 5-1, that's all I need to know. I don't need you to come and try to tell me this, that, and everything, because I always felt it was a little shady, a little skeptical there, but I never pushed the issue and everything, so, just tell me, and sometime I'll come back and they voted what, 5-1, 5-2, or whatever, because I don't need to know how they voted, because I know it's not, they don't have to tell me that.
To your point, I mean, let me say just 2 things, just for the sake of clarity. Everyone does have to vote.
They have to vote,
Yeah,
yes.
can't abstain.
Right.
Unless conflict of interest, et cetera. But you're absolutely right. So if, for example, we did decide to have a scorecard option system, it would be an option. There's no way we can
That's
mandate
all I
that.
want to justify, thank you.
Does that make sense? Okay.
That makes a lot more sense.
And maybe the scorecard isn't the right way of looking at it. Maybe it's just your personal scorecard to help you
Guidelines.
To
have the
guide
right
you.
questions.
Yes.
And whether it gets turned in or not, it helps you as you're going along. It's like,
Then it
okay,
becomes public
did
record,
it,
though.
did it? No, it doesn't have to be public record. My note, no.
But if you take official notes on something, that, I think we need to defer to our council, that becomes a sunshine
I'm sorry.
record.
Let me ask it this way then. If I'm taking, if I have my notes,
Right.
my notes, these are my notes, they're not gonna go anywhere. So I appreciate
Yeah.
this thought, because you're protecting me. But if these are my notes, and I'm using it solely as, does this, if these are the things we all have agreed we're looking for, this is my personal, making sure that I haven't forgotten something, because I know we all have our personal things we look for. Ms. May is gonna make sure that there are trees on there. If it comes to you, Allison, they're gonna make sure it's got walkability.
That's right.
Vince is absolutely gonna make sure that dumpsters are addressed for fire trucks to turn around. You know it like the back of your hand, you know what people's questions are going to be
And if we
ahead of time.
know, then staff can
But-
help the
exactly.
applicant get it right from the beginning.
Right, yeah.
But
But
if
see,
you-
now, when I hear you what you're saying, but then when you sit there and you say, I'm gonna try to make sure it's walkability, because council members are like, strange like walkability, I like, this one like trees. I think you overstepping in, because you're trying to make decisions for council members, okay?
Maybe I didn't say it
No, he was
properly,
just
Mayor.
giving an
No, I-
example.
he-
He
yeah,
was
right.
just giving an
Is-
example.
Giving everybody a uniform personal checklist that they can use, that as, you know, Vince is asking questions, I'm sitting there, I'm observing the people, I'm watching what's going on, but I'm also going, okay, that aligns with policy, and yeah, that's, there's got walkability in there. Not that it's particularly
for Councilman Strange's desire, but we know that, I know personally, that she will ask that question. If we don't, in that meeting ahead of time, it's going to be asked. I know that Jenny's gonna ask about, is there the right amount of, are we looking out for our forests and our trees and our foliage are out there? Just, we all have our tendency, but this means that, not that you're gonna have to use it. Maybe I'm so good at this, I'm like, I only look at a few of these questions, but it, make sure that you're, that no matter what, he will always ask about making sure the fire truck can turn around, there's a turn radius. He will always ask that, and it's, we know that. Add that into our personal checklist. It doesn't have to be on my checklist, but it's always gonna be on his.
Well, you
Well,
right,
if I
right.
can, I'm not, I want to be responsible with the requests that I've made and also with my council members. I'm not necessarily looking to say what is important to everybody so that we cover those bases. I am looking to say what is important to this community so that we can work together as leaders in the community to achieve the end result of fill in the blank. What is the end result? And another point to add to your comments, Mayor Murray, is that our current code is old. Not only is it old, which doesn't necessarily mean it's bad, but it has led to an extraordinary amount of traffic, which is the #1 complaint of the citizens. And we're working on an amendment to the code. So as we're working on an amendment to a code that has caused a great deal of traffic, and while we have a limited number of properties that can be developed, what I'm looking for is to engage all of us to say, what are our guiding principles as we're looking, do we want safety? Do we want walkability? Do we want shade? Do we want to have do we want the residents who are near this property to have easy access by bike or golf cart to the school or walking to the local school? What are we applying, and is it a different standard if we're talking about something that's very commercial oriented? Like
a warehouse.
Like the warehouse that came before us. Well, okay, it's industrial, it's an industrial space, but it's also one commercial block away from 1,000 residents, 2 commercial blocks away from a new town center that's coming online, and it's right across the street from 500 residents. So how is it integrating with 1,500 homes that are within a softball's throw from this property and bike and golf cart ability from the town center? I think if you all had that lens when it came to you, the questions, like when I was asking, I was talking to their attorney, like, will you build the golf cart course, the golf cart route to Waterbrook? Will you build it? Will you at least build it to the Waterbrook neighborhood, and we can go talk to the neighborhood folks? But when they hear it, by the time they get to me, it's just too late. They've spent so much money on engineering. There's nothing I can do at that point to get them to do something, because they've gone through staff, they've gone through P&Z. But if I can, it doesn't have to be just what I want. That's why I wanted this to be a collective meeting. What are we collectively, as volunteers in this community who have stepped up to lead into the future, what is important to us when these projects are coming and asking for special treatment?
I'm looking forward to form-based code. That's what I will tell you, because it really will dynamically change everything, because that encompasses everything. You're looking at it holistically and individually.
Is there any guidance that we can get? I know Mr. Mathis, I see Mr. Norris, I know Mr. Waugh. I mean, can we get guidance on this from staff on what the best ways are to make decisions in this realm?
As far as, I think with the new code, we tell them exactly what rules we want, and if they play by the rules, they get through very quickly and easily. But if they don't want to play by the rules, then they come through and they go to council and
That's
PDC and all that. But we just gotta tell them what rules we want and write that in the code.
That's where we are.
Right, and we can do that. DPZ is the best of the best, so they've done this all over. They know what the rules are. We just have to put our little spin on it.
Right, and that's all I'm saying right now. We have a set of codes now, a set of ordinance now, and that's what we have to play by until we get the new ones done. We gotta play by what we've been issued with, and I agree, they are old. I think this comprehensive plan, I can't remember when we did this comprehensive plan, but it's outdated, master plan is outdated, it's all outdated. That's why we started trying to update it a couple of years ago, because we realized it was outdated. Okay, but right now, when people coming before us, I know you like the walkability, I know you like this, and like I say 1,000 times, I strongly believe in strong times. I read the book twice, okay, and everything, so I believe in it. But at this point, that's not part of our code. We can't try to sit here and deny people that based upon that. So let's hurry up and get the code done. We get it in there, then we go forward with it from there. Right now, when people come into us, I just want us to play by the rules that's on the book.
But one of the rules is this desirable at that particular location?
Well, if it's not desirable and we want to, that's what I can say before. That's
What does
where
that
we have to
mean?
take the tough vote.
Open-ended.
That's where we have to take the tough votes, okay? I'm gonna be, like last council meeting, I think we had an issue on there about the 7-Eleven.
Great.
Okay, I think I voted against the 7-Eleven, not because I didn't think it was a good thing for it, but I felt that, well, first of all, in the area where it's at, there's no service station, there's no convenience store, no nothing for the people down there. And you always talk about walkability and serviceability and all this here. And 7-Eleven would have provided some service for them to walk to. But I didn't like the fact that they were just gonna throw it out there in the big open, because I think in one of our conversations, I think Mr. Van Wagner, we had with him, what did I ask him to do? I asked the developer to go back and put a big wall, make it attractive. Kind of like the 7-Eleven over here on Highway
Orlando.
50 and Orange Avenue. You can't even tell it's a 7-Eleven sitting back there.
That's come up so many times
See,
on
you
that
can't
one.
even tell
as
it's
I've
sitting
talked to
out there,
people.
But and I asked him to, and you didn't even take any consideration of that, and I hear what the resident was saying, okay, about the 7-Eleven, but I'm still sitting there saying, wow, we talking kind of like out of both sides of the mouth. We say we want walkability, we want these people to be able to get to stuff without having to drive. Right now, where is the closest place for them to get gas?
But
That's
that's
anything
driving.
is it.
But I
And
think
here's the other part with that was the fact that they could have put it in there, and I think we could have made it attractive, gave the people something to do down there. And I know it's supposed to be other commercial coming in along the way and everything, but we got to give them some kind of service down there. But not just throw it in there, but I heard what the people said, so hey, that's when I voted against it, and plus the fact that, hey, you got to make this thing attractive for the people.
I like that you added beauty to it. I think
Yeah.
beauty is really important.
Yeah, see, and I wouldn't, and I know one of the comments people made that we don't put gas stations next to people's houses. I'm sorry. I can tell you 3 or 4 locations right here, right now. And the main one I always just jumped in my mind the same night we were sitting there talking was right up here on 455 Ray Good Game Company. What's that, the Rebel? What's the name of the subdivision right there behind, across from Room to Go? The-
John's Lake area there.
Yeah, it's John Lake, yeah.
Yeah.
See, gas station right there. And it's all out there in the open and everything and not very attractive. You come right down the road to what's that, Greater Hill. Got a big house right there when you turn off 50 going to Greater Hill. What's the first thing you see? Gas station, see? So these kind of things I'm listening to people saying, I'm like, oh, no, but let's make it attractive.
But I think in that case,
Yeah.
that one went, and we agree with staff, that one went against the comprehensive plan for Wellness Way.
Yeah.
Wellness Way has a separate comprehensive plan. I think
Right.
within the comprehensive plan, it said no gas stations.
Well,
I
the
think that's
developer
what-
came to us, and I think I told the developer, I'm not too happy with, when he came and sat down with us, I wasn't too happy with it, and if maybe I can buy it if they fancied it up a little bit, okay? But I do believe in, I've made the decision, it's one where I voted on and put it in a subdivision, we didn't make them fancy it up over here on Washington and Hancock, outside Highland Ranch, off of Hancock, but really. We put that one out there, but guess what? The people fought us about it, but we made the decision, put it out there, and they happy it's there now, see, because of the convenience. But this is where, and that's what I looked at, and of course, the reason I did that is because that's when the strong town, I'm thinking strong town concept, let's give these people somewhere to go and not have to go 5 miles to get a gas, loaf of bread, some bread, or get gas or whatever,
And what could have happened in that scenario would have been if the developer had put the convenience store actually on the edge of the property.
Right.
So that people could have walked to the convenience
Right.
store rather than having to walk across a parking lot. So, things that, I'll put out there is pretty much so that you're all aware, so everyone's aware. If I see a donut, I don't like it. And what I mean is a concrete building surrounded by asphalt. At this point, if I see that, I don't like it. We have very few properties left, and that's what our code allows, but that doesn't make it desirable in my mind. Now, I'm just one of 5, so if I see a donut, I don't like it. And that addresses trees, it addresses walkability, it addresses safety. And that was why when the project came, that was over by Floors and Decor, I said, hey, can you put the buildings up on the property boundary? So we could maybe have a courtyard in between. You could put trees in there, parking's on the outside, and you can create a place for humans in between the buildings. Of course, they're already to me, so it's too late for me to make suggestions like those. Yeah, go ahead.
So can we hear what everyone has or what they think should be on the scorecard so that we can come to
The other thing is, isn't it in 4 months we're gonna have the DPZ recommendations?
Mr. Norris? Do we know when DPC is gonna have their recommendations to us?
Yeah, it will be a couple of months more of work for them, and that's what they call it as the next step is what the public process. And that's what's undeterminable at this time, how much time that takes.
So they would want this feedback during that public process?
Right, but they're gonna be scheduling in very short order, not 2 months out, within weeks, meetings, everybody will be presentations.
Shouldn't they be coming back doing a public presentation showing what we got and then get feedback, more feedback from the public? Is I'm assuming it'll be the next process. Step.
Or do you have preferences for how that works?
Not yet.
It's done both ways there, so,
Yeah.
the idea is we need to get it out, but
Well,
sometimes planning and zoning are.
Well, I'm anticipating them coming back and showing us what their recommendation is to the public, and the public give feedback and say yea and nay before they go final.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay.
Are
I'd
we
love to
okay
hear
with doing
everybody.
that?
I
Yeah,
haven't heard
Can we
them.
hear from everyone what their lists are? Because I know we haven't heard from Mr. Tadona down there and other people.
Benny, are you done? Are you
Yes,
done?
yes, sir. I didn't forget you. I know you was down there.
know.
I know
We
Benny.
was trying to get through Vinny.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
I want to thank you all for taking the time to come together. I'm the newest guy. I'm probably the thorn in everyone's side. But I think I see things a little bit differently, and I'll take a cue from the training from this morning. So I do see things differently. I have concerns, which is why I send you all the research that I do when we talk about trees, the 330, 300 rule that is established in Europe. There's studies that talk about how trees do great. I am definitely willing to explore all kinds of options for the benefit of the residents of Clermont. And for clarity, I am not challenging anyone in this room, but I do challenge some of our proposals. We agree that the codes are 2009, and I made mention that outside this building, it's 2026. So some of the things, when we get the packet, is, and maybe this is where a scorecard is useful, is that I know I look at the big picture of the packet, and then I start doing my research. So it takes me a lot longer, and I'm getting up to speed. But we try to get additional information to the council so that you all can make a good decision. Sometimes additional questions are necessary. And the first two that come up to mind is we had a church on West Montrose who wanted to fit 130 people in the church. And that was all that was in the packet.
Oh, I see
about-
what you're saying. Yeah, no, we do have an issue. That's coming up for.
Okay, all right, so I can't talk about it. All right, so
You
let's
guys
just,
aren't allowed to talk about it.
let's just say that the questions we ask sometimes are based on previous meetings where our Clermont residents have brought up their concerns for life safety issues and quality of life issues. So we ask a couple extra questions. Some of them, I guess, are now on public record. Some of the answers are on public record. Did you all handle Salt Shack already?
Yes.
Okay, so thanks to the Planning and Zoning Committee, through the questions that were asked that day, the applicant agreed to put signs up on the railings so people wouldn't even, because human nature, nobody talks about human nature in any of these packets, Nobody would come up with a skidoo or a kayak and moor to this thing thinking they could get access to the salt shack to have something to eat. That came about because of us. When we talk about different kinds of traffic, and I realize we can't talk about traffic, but you can't live in Clermont not realizing that you need to do everything you need to do before noon, otherwise it's gonna take you 2.5 hours to get where you wanna get. When, I know I'm gonna jump around a little bit, but part of what I feel is important is, and while we're allowed to do it, is negotiate with developers a little bit and ask those questions. Now, I've sent all of you information on SB 180 and I believe SB 844. Neither one of them address the burdensome claim. So you are already under the gun. The last thing that was just signed into law by the governor, it's either HB 399 or SB 399. And you all have mentioned before, well, we're going to make sure it fits in the neighborhood. Well, we're going to make sure it's desirable. Guess what? SB 399 takes that all away. You cannot use that any longer as a means to deny a project. As a matter of fact, if the developer is making the tiniest, minutest considerations to your comp plan, which is going to be updated by DPZ, you lose the argument. So with all due respect, it's not, hey, this is our comp plan for 2026, it's our rules of the highway. It's not gonna work that way. The 5 of you have more going against you than you probably realize. So in addition to that comp plan, in addition to your impact fees, in addition to maybe talking about mobility fees, in addition to different kind of sureties, you're gonna have to have somebody look this over so that it is foolproof. Because even with 2026, somebody could walk in here and still try to make a deal, and you're not gonna have a leg to stand on. And you know what, with all due respect, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
If that's what makes, me bringing that up or asking a question to try to get a little bit of a triage card or a scorecard where, maybe the code, and the code does have some gray area, like city attorney was saying, where, I don't always have to vote yes, and not for anything. I've sat in that audience when a majority of you said, if you would have known before Wellness Way was approved what it was going to happen, if you would have asked that question, if you would have gotten more clarification, you may have done something different towards that design. Me personally, I don't want to drag any of my committee members in. That's all I'm doing. I'm just trying to ask a question so when it gets to you, it becomes, you know what? We didn't think of that. Or, oh my goodness, that has the possibility of being a future problem. So I'm sorry if I'm the thorn in everyone's side, but, I came down here 8.5 years ago, and 8.5 years later, I'm back in New York. And that's not what I wanted. As a matter of fact, that's what most of you down here in Florida told me, don't New York my Florida, and I haven't. So that's what drives me. And I thank you all for your time for that, and I appreciate it.
And I thank you, sir,
May I say something, Your Honor? First of all, you said it twice. You're not a thorn in my back, John. All right? And I could call you John because I know you from Staten Island for almost 30 years. Okay? So when I hear that there's Florida's sunshine law that's being broken because we see you on videotape talking to John, I could be talking about the deli I just found out where we met for first closed down, burned because of a fire, or we used to get Aunt Sally's pastries.
I'm still looking for a good cannoli.
Okay, I'm not gonna find anything. But on a different note, I just want to state for the record, you're not a thorn. And I could tell you right now, there's a lot of people here, and they probably agree with me, they just don't want to speak up. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate
Because
it.
you bring a lot of knowledge to that board, especially with those documents you give me.
Well,
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mean to cut.
No, you okay, you okay. To go back, and I think I try to keep the council very informed on things that's going on in Tallahassee that's gonna take our rights away. Home rule is under great attack. I'll put it that way. Just about every day it's more rules. That's like I think I mentioned, what was it, 1329, the last council meeting, which is attacking our finances and all that again. 180, you know, I went up and spoke against 180 some years ago. I went up and spoke against a local live local law. I've been up in Tallahassee trying to fight these things.
Thank you.
And these things keep coming, and I keep an eye on them, and I know Mr. Ward kind of keep an eye on them, and sometimes I catch him off guard with some of them.
Really?
Everything when I ask him about things, but I don't get the full gist of them, and it's a couple more that's coming down the road right now that's coming at us, you know, but it's constantly taking our home rule away from us.
It is.
And one that I'm really afraid of, I think I kind of mentioned it before, was the enterprise fund. What they gonna actually do with the enterprise fund, you know, because if they end up doing what I hear them doing and everything, that's gonna take a lot away finance and a lot of control on our extra territories out there.
Right.
Okay, so and that's why I try to keep an eye on there. I don't think some of you may not know this, but I guess I just got let you know why I am actively involved in that. I think they just sent me a notice a couple of weeks ago. I think you may have gotten it, Mr. Van Wagen, where they actually finna award me with a hometown hero. That's trying to fight against the attack on home, for the fight we've been doing. It's about 5 of us here in Lake County that's finna get that award. That's been fighting against some of the stuff they trying to fight against some of the stuff going on in Tallahassee. But very well true. I mean, and it's coming so fast, man. You can't keep up with it. You can't.
It just seems like it's like a wicked game of chess with the state legislature, because as you're implying, you know, we make a move to try to get something better, and they close the loophole, and then, you know, so, I mean, even, you know, we can agree to disagree, and I don't have demographics in front of me, that we may be running out of room to build on. But the next phase, like they did on Staten Island, is that these developers are gonna start approaching the people that have 5 acres, 10 acres, 12 acres. I give you cash for your farm, you're out of the way. And that's what's gonna start appearing next, are these 200, 300, 400 home units, right? Or we go up, or you know what, and thank you for even doing that, because maybe, and I'm not saying if we do this right, maybe that's where that strong town technology, methodology can come in. Right now, your hands are tied with what's out there. But in that next phase, when somebody's now saying, I'm gonna put 400 homes in there, maybe we have more of an ability to say it's a mixed use. I mean, look, last point. Central Park, New York is walkable. It's a park. It might not be the greatest example, but you have businesses, homes, apartments, and all you gotta do is walk across, well, Central Park. Last meeting, I brought in a picture. New York City is talking about an initiative called Open Streets, where they want to take a Madison Avenue and extend the sidewalk and make it a walking plaza, tree-lined. Why? Because the first floor, the ground floor, is all retail. Second and third floor, I could go see my dentist, my doctor, my lawyer, my accountant, anybody I want. Fourth floor and above are apartments. I don't even need a car. So if we have that opportunity going forward with something new, based on a DPZ code, based on negotiating, we're gonna have to start doing it, because eventually the state legislature, like you said, and God bless you, sir,
Yeah,
is
well,
gonna take it away from you.
And everything in the state legislature, you mentioned earlier about DPZ code, it's not gonna make any difference whether it's DPZ or whoever. With some of the rules they putting in up there, especially that 180. I mean, that's a tough one there. We can't make it any more intense than anything else. But at the same time, we have to live by that, and we're gonna look at DPZ and see what's going. And I'm be honest with you, I'm really ready to see what's gonna happen.
And I think the only reason why, speaking for myself, that I will, and I apologize, venture, I don't want to say venture outside of our code, is because some of the people that do come up to the microphone, the residents, bring up some very good concerns about
Right.
life safety and quality of life, which, and I'm not saying that supersedes the 9 criteria and the 4 and the 3 and the 7 that are over here, but, you know, part of our job is to at least get you that information
Yeah.
so that you can make that decision to say yes or no.
Well, one of the things I look at when I'm up there making my decision is, what I wanted in my community.
Yes, sir.
And everything. That's the toughest thing. And of course, I happen to live in a pretty good community where I can actually, if I wanted to, walk to the grocery store.
Yes, sir.
Got a schools in around. And of course, I grew up there, and that's what we had when we grew up. Except for the city made us take our little convenience stores and stuff out of the community. So now I have to walk a little bit further to Winn-Dixie. But but anyway.
So before I jump in
yeah.
on the list, I want to hear Vinny first, because I know he said he had a list that basically would be something that we would probably agree to, so I would like for you to finish
If you-
on that sense, Vinny, if that's okay.
If that's all right with you,
Did
Your
you
Honor.
finish? Oh,
No,
okay.
he never
No, I
finished,
didn't
and
finish,
so,
that's why I was trying to.
Okay.
yeah, so Vinny, if you
I
could do
just
that
wanted to
for me,
move
it'd
on
be
with the
great.
meeting. Thank you, Ms. May.
Yeah.
Commissioner May, I should say. All right, look, if for my fellow commissioners, we're not breaking the sunshine law. If you have it on yours, just mark it off, because I could tell you right now, I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items that we're all in agreement on. Listen, everybody in this room knows I'm Mr. Traffic. I have traffic concerns. Parking, lack of parking, all right? I know we got ordinances, but I have a little common sense, especially when I got 20 people coming up to that microphone in front of us. Maybe an exaggeration, 10 people coming up to the microphone saying, where am I gonna park? This is gonna bring more people in. I do listen to that. I also pay attention to the ingress and the egress. I'm just hitting bullet points. Councilman Strange said that my point with the traffic concerns, safety for children and adults, all right? Kids don't know any better. They're gonna chase a ball that got hit, all right? Here's my biggest thing, and I take this from late Jim Purvis. Smart development, overcrowding, size 10 going into a size 6. We had one with a community that went in and cul-de-sac and went out. It was so overcrowded, it was ridiculous. I'm glad that the directors turned around and denied it at first, and then they changed it around. All right, impact fees, I don't want to go that. How it's going to impact on our first responders, fire, police, ambulance, and so on. All right, I'm just hitting my bullet points. Just check it off, guys, if you haven't. A more detailed packet. This is important, and I'm not throwing my planning and zoning department under the bus, but I need better updated maps. All right, they all know what I'm talking about. I'm getting a map that's so outdated, it's not funny. I go on my own maps, and I'm being told I can't go on my own maps at home. I can't use Lake County Interactive Map. Yeah, I know, that's what I said, Because when we came up to the salt shack, and I could talk about it because you guys voted on it, I got a map in my packet, well, I got an incomplete packet, first of all, but I got a map in my packet showing the property line's not even close to the water. When I went on Lake County Interactive, the property line was 20 feet into the lake. So when John brought up at the P&Z meeting on the pillars, I looked at him, I said, I remember seeing it, that was online, but it wasn't in our packet. So why do I got a 30-page report online that it's not in the packet that we were handed? And Kurt, I'm not throwing you under the bus. So the solution I came up with, let me go to meet P&Z on Monday, the day before, like the council goes to agenda review. Let me talk it over with them, okay? And then I asked one question, the last one I went to. Do we have any opposition on the church? Very simple question. He says, yes, we just got this today. When he handed it to me, I said, wow, I'm missing something. Then when I looked at it, I said to myself, well, there's more to it. But it was sent the week prior. Now I'm really confused. So that's what I mean about updated maps, exact property lines. The packet is, to me, I don't know about my fellow commissioners, but I'm doing this for 6 years. It's still vague. Maybe because it meets the criteria that the mayor was talking about, and I get it, but there's still questions I like to know before I base my decision, okay? Consistency with the codes. That, look, I just went over consistency before, I'm not gonna repeat myself. Future land use map, I agree with the mayor. We're so outdated, it's not funny. We're in 2026. We're using codes from 2000 and, what you say you're on it, 2009?
I can't remember.
I can't even remember myself. And I've been here for almost 9 years. Okay, and that's not long enough. Okay, water sewage impacts. This is important because this is where I like Ms. Commissioner May. Trees prevent the water flow, okay, with their roots. Okay, the environmental, that's again Miss Jenny May. She brings that up. So I'm hoping that she's at these meetings, so I'm not gonna bring it up. My biggest thing is trash. Trash to me is important because I almost had a development, my development almost had a building with the dumpsters right on our property line. I said, look, you guys gotta move this around, all right? Main thing I got from one of the council members was, how does this project benefit Clermont? I like that question. And I always try to compromise. But most importantly, the surrounding community residents' input, all right? I'm just like what the mayor said, I have to listen to them, okay? But there are ways, if you can't go in the front door, you can go in the back door, okay? And the most important fact, and Mr. Ward, don't take it personally, please, we need proper legal guidance, okay? And I understand you knew I'm only working with you for 1 year. I worked under Mr. Dan Manzares. It seemed like we didn't get along. We got along just fine, me and him. We really did. And I'm not putting you down, please. I gotta watch how I say things. Mr. Dan Manzares gave every one of us straight lines, a line. And if I came close to that line, he would give me a sign. He would cough. And if I went a little bit too far from the line, he would say, Vincent. And then after the meeting, I got scolded. And I don't mind getting scolded because I was brand new. But I was so, what's the word, so regiment to his teachings. I feel bad because he told me I wasn't allowed to do this. Because now I have to save this. Because this, as Mr. Baines said, Councilman Baines, I'm sorry, this is public record, because I wrote.
It is not public record.
That's not.
So
I
don't know
wrote
what
on
you're
this.
talking
I was
about.
told by Mr. Manzares, I cannot highlight on it, and I cannot write on it, because then I have to submit it to Kurt. I remember that meeting very
I guess
well.
you're getting upgraded legal counsel.
Thank you. I love it. So that's mine. So just by a show of hands, I'm just curious. Show of hands with the commissioners. How many had at least 5 of these items I just said on your list? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
So we're, okay. So when, I'm sorry to say, but when I hear that we're a black eye, I feel like it's my fault because, listen, I do reach. I reach, and I reach, and I reach until I find it. Because I'm glad I took that course with you guys. Why? Because there was something in it that me and you have in common. Okay? And it's bad that we have it. Okay? To give respect, you have to earn respect, you have to give respect. And if I catch you lying, I'm going to start losing respect for you. So that's what we both have in common that's bad for us. And I just realized it's sitting here for 2 hours listening to that lady. Okay? But this is what I mean to say. So if I'm that black guy, I'll try to change. I'm making a difference now. Ask Kurt and John. I'm meeting with them every Monday at 10:30, right, Kurt?
Yes, sir.
And if it has to change, we change it. Not this month, I'm going away.
You got it.
I don't think you're a black
But that's
guy.
it, and thank you for letting me speak.
Yeah, no,
Mr.
we're
Commissioners.
finished, so.
Vince, if I may, just give me a moment there.
Okay.
If I may, because you and I have a wonderful relationship, and I think what it comes down to is you're very, very passionate, and you have a strong personality. And so when you know, so I'm really talking personally to Vince right now, but you have a strong personality, and that's because of your passion. And your demeanor at the last meeting, your passion was still there, but your professionalism was elevated. You were on your A game because we were all on our A game because we know that we were being evaluated. But your A game was, I mean, you were shooting 3-pointers. Your A game was there. And if you were bring that presentation level every time, and you're doing this homework, I'm impressed with that. You're doing homework ahead of time, and now I feel like I've got to catch up because I'm very competitive.
I'm still
in that
catching
way.
up to Councilman Baines.
He set you know what? He set an amazing example, and truly, I want to emulate that same kind of productivity and professionalism. But you adapted once we got the feedback, and that's I think that's kind of how we all feel. If one of us needs a feedback, you were kind because you gave us all the feedback when you really were trying to give feedback to maybe several people, but you took the feedback and you brought your A game up, and I think that's really what everybody wanted to get to today was let's all bring our A game. Let's compliment the people who are making that change. I've watched each one of the council members adapt on the spot. I've watched people that I thought with very strong convictions go, you know what? I'm going to adapt in the moment. And you were able to do that. And John, you bring a very strong, almost a educational voice. You have your educational moment every week. We're very predictable now in the way we do things, but Vince bringing that A game last week or last meeting, I was impressed and I was so pleased because I'm still very new. I sit there, there are times when it's like, there's a difference between a cup and a pud. At the beginning you're like, well, first I wish I knew what one of those was.
Right.
But we're all at a different stage, we're all learning, and I think your goal, Mayor, has been accomplished by what you're seeing today.
I wish you
Your
chose the
goal
words differently,
was probably the same thing, but you just approached it a different way. If we had a consistent way of looking at things, and then you bring up very good things, like, well, we've got to be careful what we document.
Right.
This is, to me, has been an extremely productive meeting. I've enjoyed this way more than I thought I was going to. If we get to a scorecard, great. If we don't, we all have our personal scorecards. We know that now. But I just want to say for the record, Vince, good job. So,
Thank you. I
I'll be
appreciate that. But
Thank you.
sometimes I need to be pulled back, even by my fellow commissioners.
Am I hearing permission from your fellow commissioners to maybe give you a heads up?
Well, I was leaning on Kevin Davis a lot.
Oh, he's looking to you.
He's
All right,
looking to you,
so,
Christian.
like.
How about Mr. Colby? Can we, one?
Yeah,
one-
Mr.
Oh, he even tried it, but he went the wrong way on that one.
He tried that one.
All right, because I'm time getting, did you finish your list? I'm not sure, Virginia.
Oh, nice. A lot of
Something.
it, a lot of it is
What
Vinny.
he
That's
said.
why I wanted to hear yours, Vinny. I wanted to add in, let me tell you, every time he brings up dumpsters and I go and drive and I see a dumpster that's in a place that's in the wrong spot, I mean, specifically, there's one, I can tell you exactly where, in the crossroads, I think where Swiggs is, and the door's always open and everybody has to go around the dumpster. It's just crazy. He makes sense when it comes up to dumpsters. It was so funny when I first, the commission, he always brought dumpster. I'm like, man, that does make sense. Other stuff that is important that never comes up are crosswalks, sidewalks, those things. I mean, every time the thing gets, the property gets built, there's no sidewalks, there's no, part of that walkability. But crosswalks, we added crosswalks, just to let you know, as part of the new development that's going across from Dick's, because we were like, okay, well, these apartments are going there, they're gonna be jaywalking, across the street, so.
Where is that? I'm sorry, where is that?
Across from Dick's, there's a new development, I think it's WG Development, it's the same developers that brought, the White Castle and, so it's right.
Behind it.
Not behind, in front.
Oh,
So
in
it's right
front.
on Fifth.
Right on 50th.
Right on 50th.
Kirk,
They were
I thought-
removing bushes and trees, And so I said, well, you know, if you're doing that, you have to give us something, and I think we added the crosswalks, or the
Kurt,
sidewalks.
let's check into that, because I thought they were supposed to be putting sidewalk, all that out there supposed to had sidewalks, so.
I thought that was passed.
Not on a particular, there was another section, but we did add crosswalks, because there was no crosswalks. So, you know, crosswalks, you know, he brings up a lot, and you aren't a thorn, I agree with him. This, by the way, half of this is the documentations that he always brings to the meetings, and I read them. So, and I have it with me, and it's a lot, it's good stuff, so keep it coming. But he brings a lot of stuff that doesn't come up, which are the crosswalks and the egress and ingress. How a car goes in and how a car comes out of a project. You know, it causes all this traffic on 27th. I mean, you know, all that. The impact fees, annexation is another one of my, I guess, items that I don't understand, because it's so hard for us to, you know, it comes in front of us after the fact. You know, and I've talked to
Annexation?
the annexations. I mean, there was that one particular project, Having Ridge. It was already bulldozed.
He's saying the zoning does come.
The zoning does, but not the annexation though.
Right.
Okay.
It came,
Clear.
right, exactly. Well, it was already
Okay.
annexed, it was already
Right.
annexed before the fact, and then it came to us, and it
Right,
was
yeah.
already bulldozed, streets are already in, the parking didn't make sense because they were small.
Okay.
You know,
Oh,
trees were
I
already
see.
bulldozed down, there's no, wildlife is another big deal for me. Wildlife is never considered in any of this. It's considered in the comp plan, but it's never considered, because once you get rid of the trees, and I'm a big time person, because especially with that industrial site, that's all, there's so many trees on that property. And I'm thinking, why can't they build around, or, you know, I see these other cities, right, with trees, and they build around these trees. But no, we just bulldoze these trees, and sometimes, unfortunately, it goes to the county first, and they just bulldoze it down, and then it comes to us. So, but the flu, I think he's completely correct. I mean, for us to, we look at the future land use, it's already there, because you know, it's already been changed. So if you feel like something should be mixed use, it's not. It's already an industrial site, or it's already a PUD, or it's kind of hard for us to, I mean, I think PUDs are a little bit different. I guess we can get rid of those. But if something's already zoned commercial, it's hard to, you know, for us, I mean, do we really make those recommendations? No, those are what you guys have to do, not us. I mean, we can't say, no, we don't want you to do a commercial there. You know, we're kind of strapped. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, maybe you should do a mixed use there, right? But we can't, because the flu says it's commercial. We don't have the authority. We just recommend, you know, and then, so we're kind of strapped in what we can say or what we can't say. But I mean, there's just a lot, but hopefully this form-based code is gonna work. Unfortunately, it's just one quadrant. It's not the entire quadrant, and there's other quadrants that really need a form-based code. But we're only basing on downtown, so, or the Northwest Quadrant. So hopefully, if the Northwest Quadrant, it works well, hopefully it kind of spreads to the other quadrants. But I think you nailed it, except for the proper legal. You know, you've always answered my questions when I had it, so, but maybe kind of just, but maybe be a little bit voicey, maybe that's what he wants you to do, but.
The problem is, when you look at the factors, there are times when I would like to step in as a matter of tone. But from a legal perspective, the factors are so vague and so broad that almost everything you bring up is legal, you know? And if it was illegal, I'd stop you.
Of course she'd stop you.
Well, yeah, and I have a couple times, and you know, so for example, like when Commissioner Tadona says, sometimes I go beyond the code, that's illegal, you can't go beyond the code. So please don't do that.
Yeah.
But when someone asks a question, this is why I had to tell Mr. Crawford when he got upset at Vinny, I had to say, actually, it's a factor. It's you know, we can argue about whether or not it's super relevant for the site plan. We can argue about whether or not he's justified in asking, but he's allowed. So, you know, the commissioners have a lot of discretion. It's almost unbridled in what can be asked based on, honestly, that word desirable, because desirable can mean so many things. Site planning, I mean, it talks about avoidance of environmentally sensitive areas, but then in parentheses, Floodplains, steep slopes, unstable soil, drainage, or wetland areas. I mean, literally anything you want to talk about could come up.
Okay.
It sounds like
All
he's
right,
Manzares 2.0 is what I.
All right, hold on. Ms. Horsington, I didn't hear your list.
We didn't hear your
Or do you
list.
have one?
Everyone has covered the things on my list.
Okay.
I don't feel a need to repeat the things that
Okay.
have already been said.
Okay.
What I would like to know is, so that we can move forward, and we've had this discussion, will there be a checklist? Can we do a checklist? Does everyone have to turn in a checklist? If we turn in a checklist, does that make our vote known and become a public record? That's where I am, because we have all said basically the same thing. Our lists are somewhat compatible, the same. But where do we go from here? That's where I need to go. Where do we go from here? What do we do? What are our next steps? Because we can talk about the list, but what do we do with the list? Will there be a checklist, and where do we go from here?
I think
What
you
are the
brought up
next
good
steps?
points. I think they should have a checklist that's like uniformity, so when developers come, they know these are the things that you all are looking for, and you need to have this answered for you when they come. So they're not taken off guard, so they can say that you're being fair and not, you're being,
Right.
whatever the word you want to use. I think that is what you all should do, is come up with, okay, we have 10, so we make sure these are the 10 minimum things that you probably already do something
Well,
like that.
I know, but
Yeah.
is it our task to do that, or is it
No.
council?
No.
We're
It's not.
providing
It's
the
like a
council,
staff.
really,
You know,
it comes
And
from
that-
council.
I was waiting on her. I was gonna have Mr. Waugh give us a legal rule in there.
Well,
and-
let me say a couple things. I mean, first of all, back when Commissioner Bain was chair, he got ahead of this a little bit and asked me to give you those standards. So you may remember that. That was an effort to try and standardize, just to keep everyone on track with the factors. So that's the minimum that has to be done. That's the minimum checklist, right? Because you have to consider those things. I think what y'all are talking about, to me, it comes in the form of what I would call staff guidance to an applicant. These are the kinds of things that I think need to be brought up at the pre-app, post-app kind of meetings with staff. Like, look, and I don't mind having it in writing, but it can only be guidance. It can't be something we hold them to,
Yeah.
because it's not in our code.
It's not in the
Okay.
code.
And to that point, if there was something, I think the disjoint between when something is a public record and when it's not a public record. It's not a public record when it's a handwritten note and is what we call transitory. So a lot of the notes you've taken here today are not public records because they're just meant for your personal use. They're not meant for the storage of public knowledge that we keep in City Hall. And so a scorecard would be different.
Okay.
How you rate something, just like a procurement, when they rate, that's public record. So that's kind of the distinction between what y'all were talking about.
Okay.
But in a procurement situation, you can say evaluator 1, evaluator 2.
Mhm.
We don't know who those people are, do we?
No,
Well,
not necessarily. I mean, you do, but you don't. Yeah.
they're public records,
They're
so,
public, yeah.
but I see what you're saying. We know.
But if you say evaluator 1, evaluator 2, once it goes public record, wouldn't you have to attach a name?
You mean after like something's been scored on an RFP?
Yeah. Well.
No,
Or are you
no,
talking about this?
For them, she was saying you
Oh,
can
no, we'd have
list it as
to, yeah,
evaluator
we're
1,
not-
2, yeah.
Are we able to say for, and I'm not,
That's an
I'm not-
interesting question.
I'm not even sure I'm advocating for this. I'm just thinking, one of the suggestions was meets with conditions does not meet.
Mhm.
In my mind, when I had envisioned this, I had envisioned like a scale of 1 to 10, where we might each individually scale this, and it might get a score. So
Mhm.
like on connectivity to the surrounding neighborhood, it might get a 6 or it might get a 12.
From an
a
individual
10.
commissioner.
So when you average it, so that we would have the benefit of being able to say, okay, on these conditions, beauty, okay, it's a 3, 3.4, or it's a 9.
Right, so
or,
then we know, yeah.
The average, so that we're like, okay, 7 people collectively ranked this particular score. And that may not be feasible. It was just something that I'm looking going, hey,
I think you can do it. I mean,
And if I can add to, I think the checklists, I think are a good idea to give to DPZ, to include in the code, because there's some stuff on that checklist that's not currently in our code, but that's obviously stuff we want to see in the code.
Yeah.
So I think that checklist needs to go to DPZ and let them write, because they can write a connectivity index in the form-based code that will give that calculation automatically, that staff can say, this is a 6.4 based on the connectivity index.
Oh, that's cool.
And that can then take some of the subjectivity out of it. But I agree that there's some of this language, the whole desirable, that in a quasi judicial, that is it desirable is so hard to judge. So some of this language does need to come out, and I think DPS is looking at that stuff. But the what you want in the future, these checklists, I think absolutely needs to go to them, because they can write code based on what we want and make it that way. In the meantime, we can have a checklist for what's in the code, and then maybe some desirable stuff that could potentially be negotiated depending on the type of case.
Or we could, I think, if I understand Ms. Hoisington's point as well, and some of the concerns about public record that have been brought up, if we simply start, I imagine if I was an applicant, if it says, these are the standards, one of them is desirable, in order to determine whether this is desirable, planning and zoning and council may consider any one or all of the following standards, and we could articulate that, which then you can have, and we can have, and if anything, if we see something that's away from those standards, it allows us to be responsible in our communications with the developer to say, hey, in this particular case, there's something about yours that's kind of different. We didn't see this one coming. I care about fill in the blank, whatever that is. But I think the things we've talked about have been pretty, there's nothing I've heard that makes me go, hey, if this passes this standard that we're talking about, I'm going to be happy with it. And I think the developer gets the heads up from the front that, oh, they're going to ask about how I interact with my neighborhood. They're going to ask about how beautiful this project is. They're going to ask about where I'm putting the trash. Is it in the front? Is it for people to see, or is it, they're going to ask these questions about how I engage with my neighbors. I better be a good neighbor. And I think that's, when I get people who come to me, like developers who come to me, first thing I say is, what do your neighbors say? You better have a barbecue if you want to get this one by me, because I want to hear what they have to say. And they'll do it. It's amazing if they know up front. But
That should be a checklist, by the way. Have you talked to the neighbors?
Exactly.
That should
We're
be a
going to ask you
checklist.
that question. How many neighbors have you
I
engaged
thought
with?
I put that on it, Tony. I'm sorry.
We may not be able to not approve it for that reason, but we can certainly ask them that question. And let's see what their face says when we give them that question.
Yeah.
And then when they come to us and, oh, did they not ask you this at planning and zoning? Did staff not ask you this?
Like we
And
did
you
with the-
still aren't talking to your
Exactly,
neighbors?
like we did with the gas station.
That was one of the
Exactly.
things, and I'm gonna try to wrap this up, but that was one of the good provisions in live local law. They had to meet with the neighborhood and everything, and have a community forum and everything. Well, I think it would have been a little bit better put, cause the one I had to meet with was 2 miles away from the community. They want to build in, but it met the goal and the desire of the law. But that's the one good thing in the live local law that was good. Before you can do anything, you have to meet with the neighbor.
If we can, before we break, Mr. Colby, Mr. Kramer, is there anything that you would have put on your list that we didn't talk about?
I think we covered a lot, anything that makes the community better. The connectivity issues I think are huge, connectivity beyond traditional gas car transportation, trails and all of that stuff. But I think we covered a lot, and we touched on the civility issue too, and I think there is, there's a fine line. It's great to be passionate, but I think sometimes it has crossed over to being abrasive and rude, and I think we just need to stay on the right side of that line.
And if Mr. Watt, if it's okay with you, if I share a little bit of our conversation after the last P and Z. I watch you P and Z quite a bit because of the comments I get and everything. I do watch it. I didn't watch the last one before I called Mr. Watt. But first thing I called him, I said, he asked me, did you see it? I said, no. I decided I was gonna call you and talk to you before I watch it. And he took right out the bat and said, by far, it's the best P and Z meeting that they've had since he's been here. We've had since we've been here. So I just want to say thank you. Of course, I did go back and watch it after later on that evening and everything, and I totally agree with him and everything. assessment. And that's the whole thing, is not, people come in and do business, and it goes back to our session we had today. We need to be respectful of the folks. I know they're coming in invading our territory and all this here stuff, but they still asking, and they still have to have our permission. I can think we can say no to them in a nice, decent way, and not walk away with a bad reputation of being so nasty here. Yes.
I'm sorry. You know where it went immediately downhill? That applicant, okay, I'm not the smartest person in this room, but I do listen. I heard him twice when I sat in there, and twice now on committee. That applicant, the first words out of his mouth, thank you all, appreciate your volunteership, everything is all flowery and wonderful. Once the questions start, watch, it's a trigger, and he becomes arrogant and condescending, and then the same line, 4 times I've heard the same line. You have no choice but to approve this. Now, I don't know about anybody here. I have 11 tattoos. Not one of them says John is your punching bag. And that, as soon as he said it, is when it went downhill. Because we're all sitting there trying, again, to get you the information or making some sort of concession or putting signs on here, but doing something like that. And it just became, it's that same attitude. You could ask all you want, but your only option is yes. And at that point, sir, with all due respect, what do you need planning and zoning?
Well,
Actually, to that point, what do you do? Because when I have someone come and tell me that, I'm looking to you.
Well, I certainly don't tell judges, you have to grant my motion.
No.
You know, I mean.
Right, well, that's,
Yeah.
I don't mean to speak out of
No, no,
turn,
I mean,
but that's
you
exactly
handle it,
what
you're
he
sitting
did
there
that night.
and someone-
That triggered me.
I will tell you, it's a trigger for me when somebody gives any of us legal advice.
Except from our
When
counsel.
this gentleman is sitting to my left.
Right.
This is where I'm getting my legal advice from. It's just that simple. So
Well-
how do you want him to handle that? Because I can appreciate the frustration
Yeah.
of,
He
you
has
have to do this.
I
thing.
I appreciate the frustration, and I know this, and I get that too, but then it goes back to, like our last section on communication. I think, I don't know if you was here when I was dealing, and I said this thing about Q-tip, don't take it personally. You still gotta sit there and listen to what he's saying.
But it's
And-
different when it's a
But at
lawyer.
that point, you build a wall up, and you're not really hear what he's doing. I know it can be aggravating.
It's, it's, when you have an attorney giving legal advice to somebody who's represented by counsel, that is that's legally significant.
Which one was
This is an attorney telling
But
our.
which one?
This was during the Shake Shack.
Oh,
Social,
okay,
sorry,
I see.
sanitation,
Yes,
social.
okay, right.
So when I
okay.
have an attorney telling planning and zoning, you have to do this thing, that's legal advice.
I'm sure it is.
I want you to nip that in the bud.
Well, we did, actually. I explained exactly to them.
To a point, Seth.
Yeah, I mean, he
No,
brought up.
no,
I take that very
Yeah.
seriously.
You guys did exactly what you could do within your discretion.
Another thing on the list, because that just reminded me, and it was the trigger was also on noise, because Commissioner,
Wait.
you brought up the noise, and he kept saying that is not part of it, and then you found something in the code that said, well, wait a minute, noise does, if it travels outside of the property,
That's right.
then it can be
Yeah.
considered.
Yes.
That's a whole other
I
conversation.
know,
That's-
but
that's
something.
I remember
Yeah.
that, but that was where the noise
Yeah.
thing was
Yeah.
the one.
But
so-
keep in mind, I'm trying to close this thing up, but
No
keep
problem.
in mind, even though it
Sorry.
may upset you, but you know what I do? One of the things, I don't take it personal, but other thing, because I still realize one thing, I'm the one with the vote, not him, okay? As I used to say in the military, you can say whatever, but this pen is very mighty, as I used to say in the Air Force, and what I write in that evaluation means a lot, so.
I wrote it down, Q-tip.
I'm still in control.
Well, and that,
Okay.
to your point, Mayor, though, that's why things don't need to be an argument in
Yeah.
hearings. You know, because once you've heard what you need to hear,
Yeah.
they're done.
You're done,
Well, I would like to say thank you to all of you all on the planning and zoning. You do not have to take the time that you take to serve our community. You don't get paid, and I want you to know, I appreciate what you all do, and you are a great service to our community, and I thank you.
Thank you,
I
ma'am.
still have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
What are our next steps? What is our timeline? I don't want to be here a month from now saying we need a check checklist, like who's responsible for developing it, how are we going to do this process? Because we have not left here with a time certain of anything being done.
My suggestion is that if you'll allow me to take a stab at writing up what I think the checklist would be, get it to staff, have them give it to all of you. Let's get another set of eyes on it just to make sure that I didn't mistranscribe something. And then, does this
Is this
need
for
to come-
guidance?
Does
Is
this need
this
to come
for
to
guidance?
council
Well,
for
it
direction?
would, yeah. I mean,
So then we can get it on the agenda the first week of May
But it-
for council to say these are guiding principles for applications?
it depends on what you come up with,
To-
but
to
it needs to
include
go
as
to
part of the
council. It would
packet?
need to go to council.
You have to make sure everything on the checklist falls in realm with our ordinances and everything.
Yeah, well, we're defining the word desirable, because our ordinance says desirable. Well, what does that mean? And so we're saying desirable may be any of these things.
Ex-chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Mr. Waugh, if we put in writing a document that says guiding principles, and those guiding principles aren't also legal principles, are we concerned that if then a project that comes forward does not get recommended for approval at P and Z and does not get approved at the council, and those records reflect that those guiding principles all indicated no, for lack of a better word, and again, those guiding principles weren't the legal principles, what does that do for us as a city?
Because they're not held to those guiding principles, and if they say, "Psh,
Yeah, legally, they're not held to it, and that's why I think, I'm not sure who just said it, but if they derive from the factors in 101-212D, in other words, they relate to ingress, egress,
Right,
transportation,
right.
as long as they,
Legal principles, not guiding
they have to
principles.
derive from that. Yeah, because then you can say, well, in the council's consideration of this factor, they looked at this guiding principle.
Yeah.
Because anything, like take ingress egress, let's say there's a guiding principle about crosswalks and that relates to ingress egress. Well, that's okay. That's gonna ultimately be legal because it fits within that factor.
Right.
But if it's something that doesn't fit within the factor, then I would worry. Now, and this raises the question, why not just amend the code? I mean, if we're going to.
Well, so
Yeah.
question, the second part to my question was going to be, why not then just amend the code? And I look at too, I made some notes about even our application process for code enforcement in P and Z. I mean, the application that we filled out, that 7 folks up here and myself and Councilmember Myers and the mayor when they were on code enforcement
I didn't fill
as
out
well.
the application.
Oh, you okay? But I think I know we both filled out that application.
did.
It's a basic. It's your name, address. Are you a city?
Oh, no, they updated it.
Well, but
No.
where I'm going with it is, if we really truly want to get at what is the philosophy that this person's going to bring to a board or a commission, that maybe then we look at things like updating our code, updating our application, so that then we can have that conversation. So when Mr. Smith or Ms. Jones comes before the city council to apply for a position on one of these boards or commissions, we have that information and we can talk to them about that. And we can talk to them about, rather than just say, why do you want to serve, and kind of be superficial, we can say, what is it about code enforcement? What is it about planning and zoning that you find passionate and that you feel is your way to serve this community? And what philosophy do you bring to that? I think that's maybe where we can get into those ideas of, okay, is this person aligned with what we like to guide our planning and zoning in a direction, but then they're still applying in decision-making the legal principles. Does that make sense?
It does. So
Maybe-
should we
maybe-
define desirable in the code with these elements?
May I
That's something
suggest
that
that
we
we
wanna
just
do.
hand
That's section D.
one person, and then she'll compile the list?
And she
Yeah.
gonna
She'll
get it.
go with everybody, or she'll give
Well.
it to the lawyer.
Yeah.
I agree with the mayor, that has to be noted. So, and it's very simple, nope, not in there. And that's it.
Yeah.
And this way we know. I mean, unless you have a photogenic memory, like, if she's not at the meeting, I know I'm gonna ask her questions. All right? If I'm not at the meeting, I know one of these 6 will turn around and ask about dumpsters on the roads.
Right.
Okay? But it seems like we keep changing the commission a lot lately. And,
So how do we
But-
feel about if the code needs to be updated? 'Cause there's
listen,
If I go
I've
over
been saying
this-
that for the past, since
Well,
I
I
met
just
you.
mean on this definition of desirable, because I know the whole code is likely to be addressed, but just this one thing seems to be the source of the disconnect. By the way, I'm gonna tell you all to read desiderata, which is desirable things. I have to. But besides that, if I pull this list up and show it to Christian, if he says it's already in the legal standard, then I don't think we need to make any amendments to the code.
Correct.
But if anything is not in the legal standard, then we might need to amend that section to add those
Well,
things.
you might want to spell it out, even if it's subsumed within the factor, you might want to put it explicitly so that they come in there prepared. We're going to get a question on
Do
this.
we want to do that? I'm okay with doing that, if that's, do we have generally, so what we can do is come up with this list, get it on the agenda, because that's an ordinance change, so that's
It
a
is.
2 reading. So that way we've got May, it'll be the month of May, and you all would have this ready for your June meeting. And the
You won't
first
be there,
meeting in
Bray.
May, if there's anything that needs to be edited, it's really important you all take a look at it and make sure it's properly documented, because we'll read it, the first reading, and then the second reading would be the second week of May, or the second meeting in May. Does this work for everybody? You like this? Cool, thanks for asking that question.
Okay.
For asking that.
I want to continue.
Don't just
Now-
leave it out there.
Process.
The process, don't just leave it out there.
Not really ready to go home, but, anyway, let me clear something up. When I said I did not fill out an application, back in my days, to go on the P and Z and the code enforcement, all I had to do was write a letter requesting to go. We didn't have application, okay, like you all do now. So, they don't think they just threw me on there, okay? I had to submit a letter, but and then we came up with the, application a couple of years or so, about 4 or 5 years ago, carried with stuff. Okay. So just to clear that up. But anything else for the good?
No, I think we're good.
If
You
not,
added that,
I'm
the
gonna call
extras,
this
right?
meeting adjourned.